Hello and welcome to our virtual open day. I'm Veronica Lewis and I'm Principal of London Contemporary Dance School, and I have both the most wonderful job in the world, but also sometimes it can be quite scary. And that's because London Contemporary Dance School is such an exciting place to be, and you never know what's going to happen next. At least sometimes you don't. What's going to happen today is that we're going to let you see a whole range of different activities that the school gets on with every year. But crucially, today is the first night of our graduation show. So I do hope that you'll be able to watch that later on today. Now, London Contemporary Dance School sits within the place. So we're surrounded by artists day in, day out, artists of all ages and indeed children of all ages. So London Contemporary Dance School is nearly 50 years old, and it is one of the world's leading dance training and education institutions. And we're part of a wider bunch of institutions called the Conservatoire for Dance and Drama. And it's an organisation where 8 of us work together in drama, in dance, in circus, in all sorts of different ways. Being a student here is jolly hard work. It's not like going to a normal university when you can spend a lot of time doing your research on your own or going off to do other things that students do. You have to be pretty determined to survive here. So you have to be focused and really keen to develop the art form in the future. What we're training, I hope, is self-managing artists of the future who are really going to be the pioneers for our dance form. We're called contemporary dance, we're of the moment, and we really need to move dance forward so that we can change the world. That doesn't mean that we ignore what's happened already. We're very interested in looking back, in learning the repertoire of the past, and then thinking really carefully about what that can mean for our future. So there are opportunities here for you to work with a whole range of artists from all sorts of backgrounds, and many of our teachers indeed have performed or choreographed all over the world. The expertise around us every day is extraordinary, and I hope that you'll be really interested in being part of it. We've got graduates all over the world, and indeed our students come from all over the world as well. And we like to build each year a cohort of young people who have that kind of determination that I was talking about. They will go on, and that might be you, to be the leaders of our art form for the future and to really contribute to the development of understanding and communication internationally. We're going to have a couple of times today when you can answer questions. No, that's wrong. Sorry, when you can ask us questions. So if you've got some questions for our current students, please do send them in. You can send them in by Twitter or Facebook. I look forward to seeing you at audition. I do hope you enjoy the day and have a lovely time watching us at work. Thanks.
down, single, and doubles, 2 down, 2, go front, get it right round to the back, front to the back, front to the back, and pull, 2, 3, up, bar press, 2, 3, up, down, 2, goes, back, goes, push, find that little suspension down, single, and down, and up, both hips, good. Okay? Good. Want to mark it? Can you do it? Fine. Yeah, a little bit more one side. Or mark it.
Right side.
Front, right round to the back. Front. Let's do 2 groups. Yeah, fun, yes. There you go. That's spread out. Get the leg right hand to that. Remember what we were talking about yesterday about using all 3 beats in the music, okay? Just make sure that you fill it out to the section. Keep that foot stuck to the knee. What tends to happen is it goes there and then it starts to go down as you turn. So by the time it's anticipating right from the onset that you're going to tombe forwards. So you want to try and glue it there like you do. You do it much better on your outward turns. You stick it there and you hold it there, but you want to go all the way down in the corkscrew. So you want to try and maintain it until you decide you want to go forwards. Don't let the weight of that leg pull that energy down. Okay? Good, one more time. Do a little flip. Do a flip. Alright. Thanks, Nicole. slightly cheat it and go on kind of a half dip. Like you kind of go flat up. You want to make sure it's a demi-demi. Then you've got a much stronger platform to stay down on. If you kind of half-heartedly do it, then you can lose it. Then we go for it fully and just like somewhere in between. You from the back we go. And stand click, and first, back. Real definitely. Through nice small turn. Up, drop, and up out of your right. Ease up, on the back, up, and then up, tombe. Don't put the arm back here, you bring it round to the side. First, so that you have a tighter turn. Okay, so nice tight turn because it's very fast. Bada ball, release up, back leg starts. Are we marking it? So your tombe here, you go back side front, land and dip, change.
Right, so it goes
back and then from and change. And use your back leg to start with. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Alright, that's good. Just keep switching hands. Be nice to each other. Spread the love. Alright, right foot behind. The other part, yeah. Here we go. You just think a little bit more rhythmically. After this, ya, ba, ha, da, ya, ba, and in. So you get a little more sense of the second leg working on the knee side. And in. You can hold the tombe. Don't, again, it's that, those notes of using full beats in the music. That after the da, da, ya, da. So you've got 2 beats there. Ya, da, da, da. Bada. So that you don't go da 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 da, and you can slightly anticipate what you're doing. Okay, so use the breath in that moment, and then go on, and then do the second leg. All right? Good. Almost out. Let's go first group, second group. First group, second group. One more time. Thank you. want to go? Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Without any stops in there, and then having something a little bit more articulated. That's pretty good for the first time. We're going to go out of the space for 1, up, forward, up, curve, up and drop, swing, arch, open, V, and go. Then go forward and catch up. So left, right, you go forward, and then you bend. Now you drop down, bring it just to the ceiling, open, plie, long, forward, and up. And then second part, down, up, bounce, push, push, long, swing, long, swing, step over, leg up, going back, something over there. Down and up, bounce, push over the foot. Now connection, top of the head. There's something here that you don't want to break the line in your spine. So it's long, and then going the other way, having the same connection, long in the neck, twice. Yeah? That's clear. Now there is one moment I think we can improve from this with that. Now I'm thinking from here straight down, boom, into a plie and a flat back. And Lara, you do that. Bring your arms above. So really think you should be able to see your fingers if you look straight down. So if you can't, that means you have to fall back. It's not just the fingers, it's also the hands. Yeah? So, back. And then from there, I'm going up. It's almost the same thing. My arms should be above my head and not behind. Yeah? Try that all together.
Sorry, part 2. Is it like a mini swing?
It's a stretch, and then you think everything slides down, so it's and push.
Yeah.
So shoulder blades, elbows, everything is like practically knife swords, back. I don't know how you take it.
It's got it.
Yeah, do the same thing, and then you pick it up. Okay?
So when you take it out, are you releasing the back or are you staying upright?
I'm having a little something happening in my ribcage, but not in my hips.
Okay.
So I'm trying to breathe the motion, but not break the left hand of the pelvis. Yeah? You can do one go, no? It's a small go today, so forward. And 1, 2, and 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, when you get before you come back, find out it's going to be a lot more, a lot harder for your side. So we're really trying to build an muscle. If I'm here with both hands and I really try to make what's fast possible, it is very elegant to come back. Yes, you really want it. Good. Same thing again, faster. 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 1, 5. that straight line into slide very quickly. So whenever you arrive here, that you always have already in your sensation like that. Okay, shoulders, we have 1, 2, roll, close, arms, lift, drop, roll, maybe reach side, and forward, and drop, swing the leg, roll back, up, down, sideways, turn around, drop, and then we have forward, down, 3, 4, 1. Start again. Cross and open, elbows, elbows, arms. Please drop down, up, forward, push, draw something with your hands, and drop, shift, step, up, down, side, around, hang up, close, and then up, down, street, yeah? Now the beginning, we want the ribcage. Yeah? It's more than just the shoulders that are moving. Trying to go a little deeper so you also see how the whole set goes. Now try this one to really connect the head with the foot, so it's one piece. We did that on Monday when we were talking about that one around. And it's the same thing going forward. I think you can do this with games once in a while when we do the forward roll. Yeah, so it's the same feeling of working around the articulation. Okay, so we do 3 at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and The more I see the journey from the spine up, the better. Yeah, the same thing. Like you're increasing this motion when eventually you have this ones. It's the same thing. Kind of as a life from the core out, and then yeah, it really moves through the whole body, not just in isolation. But only the one more than swinging together, like this is we start 1, 2, 3, 4, we go down 5, 6, touch, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, up, step, we go again, 1, 2, 3, 4, you go down, switch, up, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and split, twist, step, step. So, 4 times, this one thing roughly 5 and 10 around. You arrive, you stuck there, so you push, replace, take the feet down, and out there. 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is a little, imagine that someone will just grab underneath the collarbone and lift that up. So it's a very high curve, and it's not far off the floor. You just straighten yourself, yes, to go sideways, and from there, go and find that connection with the floor. So the other, I think the arms, it's just coming around. Yeah. Now when we're doing this one, let's try to have the same thing that we were doing. And we were just staying the focus, and we're not letting the arm go, trying to go with. So they are connected. And in a way, I'm trying to also avoid to do an overstretch. Yeah, I'm trying to move my spine, not so much the arms. So very solid hips, trying to face the front, but then make the spine. Yeah? Yeah. Same thing, waves coming from the side. Okay, good. Yeah, we try a little bit more.
On camera. So, thank you for joining us for London Contemporary Dance School's virtual open day. I'm here with Shay Kubler. He's one of our commissioned choreographers for the graduation performances that are taking place this week. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourselves? Why you got into dancing, how, what made you become a choreographer?
Yeah, so I grew up in a small town, hamlet, I guess is really a small city, outside of Edmonton in Alberta, Canada. And, I got into martial arts when I was about 5 years old, and I loved action films. I was such a huge fan of action films that I used to always go in my backyard and choreograph and set these elaborate fight sequences with imaginary foes. And from that, I started doing theater, and it kind of led into dance. And from that point on, I kind of wanted to always be somebody that was behind the scenes creating movement and, also being in it. And so that kind of naturally spiraled into being a choreographer.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And can you tell us a bit about the dance that you've done or the choreographers that you've worked with and how that's inspired you, or if it's inspired you to become a choreographer yourself?
Yeah, I studied everything. I started primarily with hip hop because at the time hip hop was kind of like martial arts to music, lots of hard movements and big and exacting. And so I studied, hip hop and tap and jazz and ballet and modern and a bunch of forms. And when I moved to Vancouver, I started doing some work with some small contemporary companies, and I started seeing how they were blending all these different forms and finding people's strengths and utilizing them. And it inspired me to think about my background and to start putting more of a martial arts influence into what I was doing, into more, that hip-hop movement can also work with a balletic kind of movement or quality. And so that impression and that time with these companies really helped develop what I'm doing now. And working with artists like Crystal Pite, Dana Gingras, who's from Montreal, they really inspired me to continue to harness what I do, focus on your strengths and believe in what you're doing is valid even though it's different.
Mm-hmm. And then in terms of your work with our students, how long have you had to work with them, and just tell us a little bit about that. How many students are you working with at the moment?
I'm working with 9 students. In total, it's 5 weeks, but I think really more like, structural time in the studio is more like 4.5. And they've been really great. I push them really physically. It's something that I always want to do, because I think that when you can kind of push people physically, and there's kind of a wall that's broken, and there's kind of an honesty you see with somebody when they get tired and they're kind of reaching for things because they just, they have that last ounce of energy in their bodies. So I think there's a real beauty in that.
And can you tell me a bit about the themes of the work that you've created?
Yeah, my themes were really, they're not totally general, but they're really talking about the group and the idea of mass and momentum and the idea of the individual getting caught in the middle of the group, and also how, an individual can also transcend and change a group and alter it. It's the idea of groups, of packs, of animals, of humans. There's also this idea that we were using kind of radio sciences. So the idea of transmission, reception, relay, all these things. So physically looking at how somebody could pass information to somebody else, how somebody could transmit it and change it, how the group could create a singular idea, but then it could be translated between different people, so those are kind of the base ideas.
Brilliant. And how did you introduce yourself and those ideas to the dancers? Like, what was your first session like?
My first session was trying to be as humble and honest as possible and let them know that the reality is that the first 2 weeks are going to suck because they don't do my work, my material normally. So physically they're going to be tired, in pain, sore. And then on top of that, I'm going to be trying to give them a fair amount of conceptual ideas and things that they're going to have to be thinking of while being tired and physically exerting themselves. So it was really just about, just staying humble, staying hungry, being happy and enjoying the pain that will be the first few weeks.
A good way of putting it for them.
Yeah, it's good. The body needs pain. It makes you stronger.
Brilliant. Do you have a typical choreographic process that you go through when you create your work, and could you describe that a little bit, or if you don't?
I think there's always a way of working with people that I want to have. I really love having humor and, sensitivity, but I love being able to make people laugh and keeping it lighthearted and have happiness and kind of, this jubilation in the body when we're working, because it is hard work. And I feel like if you're happy and positive, that tends to lead a lot of positive and great things in the studio. So that's one thing for sure that never changes. But depending on the work, it depends on what we're doing, and certain projects will need more time focused on the individual, what they offer to it, giving them choreographic tasks or conceptual ideas and having them translate it, or creating these really monstrous, set choreographic chunks of movement on 9 or 10 bodies and having it be really set. So it really depends on the process. But I think that, for me, always, I try to be as humble and show as much humility as possible when I work with them, because I understand what it's like to go through it. But at the same time, I ask a lot from them as well. So I don't know, that's kind of always there.
That leads really well onto my next question, which was, what do you expect from the dancers from both the rehearsal process and then from the performance?
My thing is that I would never want to give them a work that they could do easily and grasp onto it right away, because I feel like, it doesn't challenge them, they're not going to grow. So I'm hoping that, they grow from this experience, and then, because I challenge them so much, it leads them into a position where they want to challenge themselves more on a daily basis, when they're rehearsing, when they're developing themselves too, to not get set and be like, oh, my technique is good here, or I don't need to learn other things. I think what I was saying to them overall that was really paramount is to keep yourself challenged all the time. So that may be doing more yoga or learning techniques that you don't normally do. So I hope that I've challenged them and make them want to grow further.
I mean, have they responded in that way? Do you feel like that they've given you that feedback?
Yeah. I felt like the first 3 weeks were a bit rough. They were physically really drained, and they were hard to keep the positivity in the room going. When I'm like, okay, time to do it again, and everybody's like, But the fourth week, I really started to see a turnaround, and they're starting to feel more positive about the fact that they're like feeling tired after rehearsal, but they can they can overtake it. They can do it, and the positivity in the room really changed. And I think I felt that they were starting to head towards where I wanted them to. So
brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be able to see you later. So what do you feel is different about working with the students of dance, so students here, compared to just working with dancers who are in a professional company?
Well, I think that one of the biggest things that you understand when you get a little bit older and you've done a more professional process is you kind of take a little bit more accountability sometimes. I think that it just happens with age and with understanding that sometimes you got to take more responsibility, and you get into a school setting and you're given a lot of information and homework and tasks all the time that are given to you, and sometimes we forget as choreographers that sometimes with those tools they need to be there earlier on, and that when you get used to working with dancers you worked with for 6 or 7 years, they already have the tools in their tool belt that you've given them from previous rehearsals or from previous pieces. So that's one thing that is a challenge, is supplying those tools for them, understanding, take some agency, and this is just as much in your hands as it is in mine. So. And
what would you say to an audience who's thinking about coming to see the graduation performances? How would you describe your work to them?
I always try to make my work in some way exciting and accessible and visually interesting, so coming at this theme of the group and momentum, I'm trying to do these things where this big flock of people is moving constantly and there's this heartbeat that moves through them the whole time. So I think that I'm trying to remove that fear of contemporary dance for certain people. For me, expanding audiences is a big thing. I think the dance audiences that are already there are very loyal, and they love the art form. And so for me, I feel somewhat of a responsibility to keep expanding it to new audiences. And so that's a big thing for me, to make it accessible with it still having a ton of integrity for me as an artist, and make it exciting. So I think that when people see it, they should be excited.
Yes.
And physically it's gripping, it's visceral, you know, it's really human that way, and that's what I really like. There's a natural human connection to seeing people really push and go for things, I think.
Brilliant. I'm excited.
Nice.
Can't wait to see it.
Nice.
So my last question is, what do you think that you've learned from the students of London Contemporary Dance School through this process?
Oh, man. I think that being patient is one of the toughest things, you know, and I think I've had to be a little bit more patient, because I feel like for me, my city, I teach so many people in the city with like training programs or drop-in classes, so people have an understanding of what I do, and you know, I come here and you know, the kids don't really know me, they don't know what I'm doing, and so there's this whole process of them trying to understand what I'm looking for, physically trying to get what I'm doing, and you know, I know that takes time. And I think that, you know, third week especially, I was starting to get a bit stressed. By the end of the third week, I was feeling a bit stressed, because I'm seeing them physically and mentally stressed out. And, you know, I know they're going to get it. I know that they're physically going to come back, but there's hard to get that patience to be like, it's going to be cool, and just settle back. They're going to do all right. You know, that was a tough thing for me, I think, is just being more patient. And yeah, I think I grew from that way. I grew that way.
Because your rehearsal process is quite intense, isn't it? That block of 4 weeks that you have.
Yeah.
And they've got assessments and assignments and things all happening at the same time. So
Yeah.
I guess
It's a lot.
it all kind of comes out in your studio, doesn't it?
Well, that's the other thing too, and that's the understanding too, is that, you know, if I'm able to create an atmosphere in my studio that feels like fun and happy, and you know, people are laughing, it helps them remove maybe some of that stuff that is, you know, in the back of their mind. And I also feel like too, when you can get yourself physically out there and just kind of exert yourself, it kind of removes that stress a bit, you know. So I think that after the third week, that really started to happen. And I think also the stress of not everything, you know, not the assignments and dissertations and all that stuff that they've had to do was removed. And they were just like, oh wow, we actually just go to class, rehearse and dance all day. I mean, that's the whole point, right? I mean, that's the whole point.
Brilliant. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for creating the work that we're all going to see and really enjoy, no doubt. And thank you for coming here and talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now, this shift things so much. So, everybody just come out, we're just going to do this shift once, just so everybody's on the same page. We're only going to do it once now. So wherever you are, think about giving yourself like a foot of space, or whatever it is. So I'm not totally flat, I'm not totally down here. So if I shift, what we want to do is we're going to shift. Okay, now shift doesn't have to be this. It doesn't have to be that. Shift, I think it should be just really direct. Okay, so when we do it, now, the shift goes right into a sing. So you're going to go, shift, sing, jack, this. So you got to keep that. Yeah. So now, everybody, when you sing, it's like gravity's pulling that way, or like a magnet, which is jack, because we're still magnetized. But so when you shift, right? If I shift, you gotta keep doing that. That's gotta keep doing it. Yeah. So you feel like this too. It's like you're getting magnetized, but the group's pulling you. So you're like this. Right? It's like a moment where it hangs.
Where are you here? Yeah. So I feel like it's going.
Yeah. If you need to shift your position a little bit, let's do it. Okay, so can I see everybody in the shift position? Yeah, Freya.
I usually grab.
I want to find that position a little bit more. It feels a little too nice, dancey. How are you grabbing it? You keep that. Okay. It just feels like it's very here.
Oh no, I don't have your grab.
If you could,
I think you're the first one.
Yeah, nice. I know that's not going to be easy to shift. You don't have to jump. Everybody, the shift doesn't have to jump. The shift should be more about the group going. Yeah, here we go.
I'm changing it.
And I think we have to take it off of the furthest down stage, which is Letitia. For the shift, yeah. Because she does the head, she should be the next cue. So we did the head with her, and ziggy up. Okay, let's try it again. So I think Letitia, if you can go ziggy up.
Okay.
Give us a little pressure, yeah. So let's go from the head. Everybody's here. And off Letitia, soon. it. So when Jack goes back on here, so Jack goes back, and it goes 1, I go 2, then you go 3, right away. Instead of being unison, it should feel like it goes sig-a-dig-a-dig-a-that, sig-a-dig-a-dig-a-that, comes back. So Jack will go first, then we respond to it, then you guys will respond to it, and then Annie will redirect it right away. Right away, Annie. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Just to keep it moving. So it's going to go like, we're going to be at the back. I think you also want to pick your position like molding. So it's like you go back, and then it comes forward, yeah? So let's just do that together. So from Jack going back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Guys, these positions, you gotta detail them more. Right now, there's too many. Like if I do a position right now, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, instead of being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you know what I mean? There's gotta be a crystallization, and right now it's kind of getting a little too. Yeah? Okay. I know it's gonna be a piss off because you're gonna be tired, but just try and think of those positions shifting, switching, boom, yeah? Also the ups, we were missing the ups. So let's do that again. And then we'll go back to what we're doing. I just wanted to talk about those points. Can we go from Tisha doing the head? Yeah. Sorry, Tisha, can you do that again for us? Can we do that again? I just don't think everybody's ready. Can you guys just be in position?
As we go before the suspension into the head.
Sure. What's that? Okay, so yes, go from Katrina. Let's go from Katrina. Arm. Everybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Sing. Go Jack, go Jack, go, go, go. You gotta pull this. 1, 2, 3, 4, back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay, don't kick it. Guys, I never want you to feel like this happens ever in this piece for sure. You should never feel like it goes like this and just solely dies. So if the group is going this way, there should still be something happening, and that also, as a group, is going to give us more connection. Because if somebody totally stops, we have no idea when they're going to come back. But if you give me a little bit of forward, I can feel your back. You know what I mean? I sense it more. So for you, Jack, you got to really help us continue that idea. So as soon as you stop, keep it moving forward and then bring it back. Yeah? Okay. And then also for the tempo of this, you set it up. So keep thinking of clear like shifts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah? Okay. Let's do this position one more time. Yeah. Shit. Missed that little point. That was a little quick. So normally there's a little suspension and then you bring it back. Watch, it's not too quick. Because the group's with you on that last one. So let's do the last bounce. Alright, sorry. Let's try one. So just whatever your last position is, make sure it's really clear so you know what that is. So if the leg's coming over, 5, 1. Yeah, so it's not bouncing again. The last bounce is 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1, good. Yes, so that's better. Yeah. So take that last bounce and just hold it out. 5, 1. It's just about holding that right back. That's what it was. Just hold that. 5, 1. That's it. Yes, totally. That's gonna just help us. That's great. That's awesome. We're good. Everybody, more clarity with the 5 still. Yeah. I'm just pushing that. It's one of those big things. The more detail you give us, the more we see clarity in the whole group. Yeah. You guys okay? All right. Good. Let's do it one last time. Let's go from the Katrina up, down. All that madness. Okay, so this is 2 distinct movements, right? Head, foot with the suspension, head. make that clear. So hand, go, boom, foot, suspend, head, good. So I think, Letitia, you're gonna have to get a little more suspension for the group. So some people that are taking a little more time. Take a little more time, you guys in the middle, just be ready.
Before the head.
Before the head, yeah, cool. All right, let's do one last time, same thing. And go. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and. Nice. Alright, hey, so that moment needs to feel like we all connect to it and it moves together. That one was a little bit segmented. Make sure when you go backwards, everybody, I know this is what I'm trying to get you. If you have like 2 movements that you know are really clear when you do your 5, try to bring those back on the retrograde. That's the best thing. Like you did a leg once, which is a really nice obvious thing, right? You're doing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that's an obvious picture, right? Or maybe it's something where I go up, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? So keep thinking of those details because that's going to give us again more information. And then watch the turn. I think you have to try and turn a little less and then see Jack for the last one so you get where he is. Same with Jack, let's do the same thing. On your last 2 bounces, try and prioritize seeing the group so I can see where people are. Yeah. So this is how it's going to be real nitpicky eventually. Yeah.
When we come back from the fires and we go into, can I just check the direction of where the group goes?
Yep. So we all push back and down this way, which can still be more separated. So I feel like from Jack going back, obviously I have to sing, but I feel like the people that are responding to that are just a little too quick. It needs to still feel like just a little more separated. And then everything is going towards the substage harmony. Okay.
I mean, after we come back from the fire,
It should be right back to the same diagonal. So you should hopefully start here, and then go forward. You should slide right back into this. Yeah. Good. And I think we should actually help them with that. So I think it's Jordan, and maybe we can get somebody on this side of this. So if we come back into the lead, I think we should have hands here. I think we go here, boom. I think we should actually have slide back. Yeah, I think we should. Yeah. And then I'm gonna stress this out. It's such a nice moment. The longer you suspend it, the better it is. So please suspend it from here, coming up. And give that as one motion that's money instead of going down a step. Yeah, I know that's just a tendency. It's all good. So can we talk let's talk our 5 again. So now it is down, but down, up, down, right? Because when we bounce again, that up. So that's where you start to insert little pictures. So I really try and give yourself like one arm that comes up or a leg or something so you have that for the retrograde. Let's do it again. I know you guys love me. And go. And go, move. Whoa, shit. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna change that last one. For safety's sake. For safety's sake. When you guys go back, can we make it less about this and maybe more about this for you guys as well, everybody? So when Jack goes into it, we still have this back motion where we're not committing to it this way. So then from here, if I'm in his lane, we lean back, when he goes through, we have this ability to slide through and then bring you back up. Yeah, cool. It's really important, if possible, again, just being a stickler, if I'm at the back part, he gets to here, when I pick him up, I want to be on this side of him. I don't want to be here because I'm blocking from the audience, yeah? Okay. Does that feel better? You guys think about those pictures on the Fox. I saw a couple who were looking good. Keep that shit, do it again. Good. As we get tired, the details, they start to go like this. So what we need to do is just embed those a little bit more. Again, it's the first time I did it, so I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Let's do it again. So again, insert like 2 pictures you can think of, like maybe it's an arm that comes up, or maybe it's, you know, your knee or whatever. Here we go. Yeah, go from the first knee. Nice. And throw. Up. Nice, guys. Boom. Done. Okay. This part is really bad. We're not even gonna, I'm gonna change it, so we're not even worried about it. It was cool for a bit, but it's just, it's too many variables, and it's like I'm like watching like 70 different things going on. It's not your guys' fault. It's choreographic. So we're gonna stop there. Okay? Cool. I'm sorry, I totally had to digress from what we were doing, because I just wanted to talk about that while we were here. So for now, we go back to my trio that does that.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're going to still do that with the group anyways, so that was good to do. So now in the trio, when you guys get to the shift, right? You have shift, sync, and that's going to be the... So now everybody that runs in for the next wave, okay, your cue, they do the head. When they do the shift is you're running in, so they shift, and then that is the wave coming in. So the idea is that that pressure is along with Jack, but it's also the wave coming through. Cool? Does that make sense, you guys? Yeah. Okay, let's just do that one moment. So let's go back to where you guys start your trio. And then just for the clarté, just before, when you guys come in, you're going to wipe Jack into this. So I think this is probably good where you guys are. So you guys are going to bank in when they go to their the shift. You bring Jack in, you guys come around this way. And I think it's everybody. I think it's all of you guys together. Jack and sides in, Jordan, you stage left, stage right, then bank back, come lean back, stage left. Yeah. I think you guys can all come in and then bank back. And come back, yeah. Wait, hold on. You guys need to get to stage right. Break, Katrina, Jack Walls. Stage right, goes to 1 and 5. Oh, no, you're good, you're good. I'm so sorry. You guys all come in, come back. Here we go. So let them do their trio, I'll give you the cue. So when they do their shift, the one that we just did, shift sync. Nice, guys. Okay, ready? Shift. Go, wave. That was it, that's the idea. Now. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, you gotta keep I know. You're gonna keep going. Okay. Then when you come back. So you guys go once, you bang. Yeah, I know. That's why you gotta come back.
That's what I mean, like, are we running back and running?
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna keep going. So you guys come in, right? You're gonna bang. So you guys, what's gonna happen? You're gonna suspend this moment. You gotta come back. On the way back, it sends you guys into the back bend. And then you guys are here. Now you're with us. You're connected to us on this bank. When we come back for this bank, it's into the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which you don't do. So you all you go over there, which you don't have to do, so you clear up. And you go over there.
So confused.
Do you know what you do?
No, I usually jump in on speed, running for a slide.
Oh, yeah.
Are we just straight up running it fast, or are we still doing
I think you want to still think of that quality in the body, yeah. So it's like boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
You can still keep that in the body memory, yeah. So I don't.
Because last time we were like,
Yeah. No, I would just want you guys to keep those in the structure and we'll talk, but it should still have the feeling.
So we go to shift, yeah, and then we go forward wide.
Yeah, it should still, yeah, it should still have that.
So we're going to talk.
You're going to be fine.
I'm going back.
It's slower, right? So you guys are coming for those wipes. It's more like 1, 2, 3.
you for watching the virtual open day with us. At 2 o'clock, I will be joined by 5 undergraduate first-year students, and they will all be eager to answer your questions. So it'd be great if you'd send some questions in using Twitter, and the hashtag to use is LCDS Live. And now we're going to go over to Sue McLennan, who's going to talk to you a little bit about ideas in action.
Hello, I'm Sue McLennan. I'm Head of Choreography here at London Contemporary Dance School. And I want to tell you about Ideas in Action. This is a day that we do each term. And it's a day when students can present their own work that they've prepared, their own ideas put into action. It has a very open format to it, so students can present all sorts of different ideas in all sorts of different ways. They have to present what that idea is going to be ahead of time so we can figure out what we can fit in and how we can fit all these things in. And the students work with the staff on preparing how to present these things. There's 2 parts to Ideas in Action. There's a part that we call black box, which is easy to explain. It's like going to the theatre, like going to a black box, putting on your piece, lighting it, if a little quickly, but lighting it miraculously quickly. And there's a range of work that goes into that. We look at these pieces in the dark, lit, beautiful. But as well as that, we have a section we call out of the box. So rather than being in the theatre, these pieces happen in the studios, on the stretching zones, which is where I'm standing now. It might happen outside of the building, in a lecture room, in a corridor. We even had a piece in the changing rooms once. We had a piece in the male changing room with men, and a piece in the female changing room with females. And the question was about that you could only the females could go in the female changing room and the males in the male changing room. How did you feel being left out became the question, rather than what was happening in the changing room. So these all sorts of different ideas happen all over the building. In the morning we set them up and prepare, and then from 12 o'clock through till 6 o'clock, one can go from one sort of piece to another. It's very exciting, it's a very experimental. Sometimes people want to experiment with quite set ways of doing things, and that's fine too. And from those ideas in action, sometimes pieces really take off, and sometimes pieces can go on to be performed in another context, maybe outside the theatre, maybe inside the theatre, but the really good ones get repeated later in the year if we can find the right situation for them. So it's a very exciting part of our programme. It's open to the students to work on these pieces in their own time and to present them. Nobody has to take part. It's extra to their classes. They're supported by the teachers if they want support, but they can work on it all by themselves and then show their work.
Once upon a time, there lived a poor man, whose only richness was his daughter. One day, he took his daughter to the king, saying that she knows how to spin straw into gold. A straightforward lie, this was. Now the beautiful daughter was locked inside a castle's room filled with straw, from floor to ceiling, given a spinning wheel and a reel, and one day's night, and the future of either life or death. A lot of crime proceeded, of course, and after a while, a teeny tiny man, resembling a potato, that's how round he was, entered the room and inquired the reason for all the violent and loud sobbing, which was intruding his late-night crossword solving and tea time. He asked, "Girl, what is the problem? You explain this very minute now." Through a layer of tears and snot, the girl explained her situation.
I have to spin all of this straw into gold, or I shall not live to see the age of old. Oh, whatever have I done to deserve this fate? Perhaps, for my dreams and loves, it is already too late. Invisible freedom, granted by life, I discovered stabbed into my back a knife. Dripping and disappearing into the void from my lips is the nectar of joy, because all of this.
Say, what would you give me if I were to spin it for you?
Honestly, I do not have much to give, but perhaps of some service I could be. I notice that your shoulders are a tad stiff. My hands, some say, are a true gift. If a massage will not do, then perhaps a dance or two. Men often claim, when dancing with me, that they have never felt so free. They forget their wooden legs, and for more and more they beg. Best recipe I know, and to you I can give. Take the hair of famous men and women, mix it well with berries, dust, cacao, and honey, and your wallet will never be lacking of money. Oh, please say you will spin it for me, or this will be the end of the life that I see.
The mannequin thought a few minutes, and considering it a good bargain, he finally agreed. At sunrise, the king came, and when he saw the gold, he was surprised and happy, but his heart became even more greedy for gold. He had the miller's daughter take him to another room filled with straw. It was even larger, and he ordered her to spin it in one night, if she valued her life. Everything was repeated, the crying.
Okay, so we're showing pictures and a movie about a trip we had in Scotland together.
Yeah, we went to a very tiny village called Polbane. It's really, really small, and it's right on the almost at the tip of the UK on the northwest coast. And we were there for about a week, and the weather was terrible. And we kind of set ourselves the task to just document the time we were there. And yeah, the plan was to make a dance film. Because of the conditions in the weather, that didn't happen. So we made a sort of, it's more of a sort of French style,
intimate moment in and out of the house, and about the beauty as well of what we saw.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the landscape and the kind of the livelihood of the people who live in it.
This is a piece, it's the second in a series of two pieces that I've created. It's called Piece 2. I created the first one as an independent project through school, working on two of my friends who are really beautiful dancers, and this is everything we didn't get to do in that piece, sort of. I based it a lot on taking anger out on things, and we have a lot of fun in the studio. We mostly just play, so it's the sort of the set manifestation of us playing around, but also trying to go to a place of homesickness and anger. And I began the piece with the image of them wearing white clothes covered in wine, red wine. So yeah, that's kind of where it's gone. And we've never done it with the materials, and we've never done it in this space, and that's about it.
So this is just like piece one, only different, and with why.
Tu es super.
Tu es superbe.
Tu es super.
Tu es superbe.
Tu es super.
Tu es superbe.
Je te déteste.
You bitch, how could you? Cheers. Are you two a couple?
Je voudrais te voir être hors la loi.
Take me home to the place
Je te déteste.
where I belong,
Je t'aime pas.
West Virginia,
Je te déteste.
mountain mama.
Je t'aime pas.
Take me home,
T'es feignant. Tu fais rien.
country road.
Tu m'écoutes quand je te parle.
Take me
Je
home
te déteste.
to the
Je t'aime
place
pas.
where I belong,
Regarde-moi quand je te parle.
West Virginia,
Regarde-moi.
mountain mama.
Regarde-moi.
Take me home,
Regarde-moi.
country
Look
road.
at me.
Ne la quittez pas. Je ne vais pas t'oublier. Je ne vais pas t'oublier.
How fucking romantic, all the stars are out. Twinkling, 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 and fluttering about. What a tiny sunset, what a vulgar moon. Play another charming Rogers and Hart tune. How fucking romantic, must we really waltz? Drag another cliche, howling from the vaults. Love you obviously, like you really care. Even though you treat me like a dancing bear. Toss your bare goldfish as it cycles by. Don't forget to feed your bear or it'll die.
Take me home to the place where I belong, West Virginia,
Nouvelle-Angleterre.
mountain
Je
mama.
voudrais toujours te plaire
Take me home
dans mon jardin
country
d'hiver.
road.
Take me home.
Overflow.
To the place
To that freedom. No.
where I belong.
Renault qui court.
West Virginia.
Je n'en plus de t'attendre.
Mountain on the
Sun goes.
take me home.
Keep it on. Let it go.
Take me home.
Et nul ne peut
To the place
nous entendre.
where I belong.
Je voudrais que la lumière commence en Angleterre. Je voudrais que tout te plaise. Mon maman,
You're going to need another week before the potato. Magnetic fields.
yeah. So at the moment it's kind of the starting point to like a performance piece. So I just put this like question up just to get some responses for people, and then I'll like read through these responses and then use them to like as a stimulus to create movement and a performance piece, hopefully sometime next year.
Okay. So could you just talk a little bit about what's the sort of motivation behind?
Yeah. Kind of feminism, even though it's quite a big topic, is kind of, I don't know, I think since starting at the school, I kind of always thought about feminism and stuff, but since starting at the school there's quite a few like varying opinions and like strong feminists and things like that, so it started like getting me to question more about the topic. And I kind of thought that
Hello, welcome to the London Contemporary Dance School Virtual Open Day. I am here with 4 first-year undergraduate students, and this is the first of our live Q&A sessions where we ask you to send in your questions and we will answer them. Okay, so we're going to start straight away. I just want to introduce everyone. This is Zuna, Elitza, Aaron and Reese. Sorry. So, first question, and you can choose who wants to answer this. What made you choose LCDS? Who wants to answer?
Well, I was in Northern before, as I mentioned, and it was the decision between going Northern or coming here for the degree. And because I come from London, so I thought it would be nice to have a lot of opportunities around at the same time, because they're both like similar courses, but I wanted more than just school. And I felt like with going to Leeds, I'll just have that school, but here I have like more opportunities in London, which I know of, so that was my reasons.
Yeah, I'm the same as well. Just coming back to London and having loads of things around you, and we've both had work outside of the school as well, which the school supports us with.
Is that other projects you've been involved with,
yeah,
or
just like projects, or just like actual like dance jobs? You know, there's always like the school people send emails to the school if they're like looking for dancers for anything really, and they'll pass them on to us through the school office. And we've been able to do a few good things.
Yeah. You two are both international students, aren't you?
I really wanted to move from Italy, because in Italy you don't have this kind of courses and like long schools with so many opportunities and so many different like classes during the day. So I really wanted to move out, and London seemed such a big like city for me, and my teacher suggested this school, so I tried the audition.
It's similar for me with Eliza. I mean, the main reason why I wanted to move out of Singapore is to find a better opportunity. Like, I could have done a dance course degree back home, but I think coming here, like she said, like, it's a big city, you've got so many different opportunities. And the reason why I chose this school is because I've heard a lot of good comments and feedbacks about the school, and I've got a senior back home. She graduated from LCDS, and I mean, I think she was the main reason why I wanted to try auditioning. So I came here and auditioned, and I got through, and I knew I wanted to be here. Yeah.
Did you know as soon as you'd done the audition that you wanted to come here, or did that help you decide at all? Or
I auditioned only for this school. So basically I was just waiting for the letter and be like, please. So yeah, I was really sure about this. So I was just waiting for the audition.
Yeah, I loved, because when I came here was the first time for my audition, it was the first time I actually came to the school ever. So it was like a whole new experience, and it was so different to being in Leeds. And everything was just so close, like the gym, the cafe, and stuff around as well, like Tavistock Square Park. So it's just like, you know, we go there all the time. But in terms of the day when I came here, I was just like, yeah, there's so many different things going on, and so much different people coming into the school that aren't even on the degree, which is nice, because you're always you see familiar faces and you get to know them. So yeah.
So next question for you all. How do you ensure you stay fit enough to complete the course? That's quite a hard one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, in the first year, I think that's been one of the main things that the whole year has learned as a group, is that you might have your first big serious injury, and learning how to deal with that, and then obviously taking care of yourself when you go home. Like, it's just similar to doing homework. If you were doing a more academic course, you have to take care of yourself so that the next morning you have something to build on. You don't have to spend time getting back what you had the night before and then going on. It's kind of like you kind of have to just keep the ball rolling, and that's one of the main things that I think we've all learned in the first year, is like keeping ourselves going day.
I quite like your description of it being homework. You're like doing homework of the body.
Building on from what Aaron was saying, like having bodycon classes and anatomy really help. So then you know like how to work your body well and how to avoid all those injuries. And then having those lessons really motivate you to kind of work out of class time. Like me and Reese and Eliza and even Aaron, like we go to bodycon after school, or even like during school period, to actually go to bodycon and work out on our own. And you know, because like some of us feel that the lessons we have in school are not sufficient for us to keep fit. So we got to make an effort outside of school time to keep us fit. Yeah.
To like overcome an injury and stuff. If we have to like do more exercises for some injury. And one thing is also like you really learn how to pace yourself and how rest is important too. Because if you don't rest well, you get even more injured. Like you really need to take a break and give your best, but not always like the best that you can get, like that you can give in that moment.
About having a balance.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of about knowing your body and listening to your body, and I think there's a lot of motivation in our year, and it's nice when you have like friends that are willing to work out as well. So if you would go to BodyCon, I'd see these guys and everyone's doing their own thing, but the awareness of like that we've had in class from some of our teachers, yoga, Pilates, somatics, it's made me kind of recognize the different muscle groups that I'm targeting when I'm working out. So it's not just like you're going in and you're just doing sit-ups, because before I would come here I would think that was like how I should work out, but now you find like the efficiency of why I'm doing this and what I'm doing this for your injury or for whatever's aching or what's tight, you know. So
and the good thing is not just do they motivate you to work the right way, but they motivate you to rest well. Because that's one thing that I think a lot of us don't really know, like that we actually need to rest. Like without that you can't actually start like a new day, you know. So that's one thing, that's one of the main things that I learned here, is to actually rest well. Never actually knew how to do that, but I learned how to do that slowly when I came, so it was good.
All right, we've got another question now. So it's from Lise, and she asked, "Dear BA1s," that's you, "do you have large patches of salt on your leotards right now? Mine looks like a salt pan in the desert." Who wants to admit that?
I will admit to that, because I sweat a lot. Like when I start class, I'm on the bar, and on the second exercise, I'm drenched, and there's already like patches on my leotard and everything. And it looks like
the same. We're all in the same situation.
You went to the shower before coming to class, but it's just like full of sweat, especially now because it's summer. So you're just like, oh my gosh.
Summer.
Yeah, summer.
This week has been like so warm, and we're like
you don't even start class and you're just wet already, you know.
Yeah.
But you're working hard.
Yeah. This week is we're doing like 3.5 hours and break, then 3.5 hours again. So we're kind of we're trying.
Also at the same time, because now it's the yeah.
Okay, so we have another question. This one's from Linda. Thank you, Linda. What's been the best and worst aspects of your time at the school so far?
I think the best one.
That's not so positive.
No, the best. I think the best thing is the accommodation situation here is, because there's no halls and things like that. You have to find your own accommodation, and lots of us live with other students and things like that. So in that way, I kind of think you get a whole nother level of like learning to be independent, as opposed to other schools where they have like halls attached to it, because you're so far away, and all these things that we're saying, like you have to learn how to take care of yourself and pace yourself. You're not in halls where you're surrounded by everyone that can keep you motivated as well, so you have to go home, and in that way you're really focusing on yourself as well. So, and we've all made such good friends in that way as well, but like close friends with the people that you live with. So I think there's this whole like aspect of being independent, like you're just another person, because there are so many people that come in this building, but it doesn't feel like you're attached to the school in the degree course. You're just another dancer who's like has to go home at the end of the day, sort out their whole life, but then also come here and work like everyone else. So you get that feeling of coming in and working. So for me, I think that's been the best. Like it helps you mature as a dancer like quickly. You don't have that first year when you're in halls and you can and you're surrounded by the group, and sometimes you can like fall into the back, or some people like shine ahead. Like everyone is definitely on the same page straight away, because we've all got to go home and like sort all of this like sort the whole of reality out.
Any other positives and negatives?
I'm lost, you know.
I think for me, it's been like the things outside of class, like student projects, like Ideas in Action. And just things like that we love.
Actually, we saw a section from Ideas in Action earlier, and Sue McLennan gave a brief introduction to talk about it. So what was it about the Ideas in Action that you really enjoyed?
I think it's just that for me, that there's not a pressure to create something that for what like other people like, or for what people think is contemporary. I think especially with this year, like we have so many different influences of like Malay and like break-in, street. So it's just nice to see things that are original and just not like a copy or an influence of, I mean, we all have influences, but it's just nice to see something that's fresh. Along with that, I think things like the Contact Jam on Friday, I go to that like regularly, and other people from school as well, these guys come sometimes. So it's just like things outside of class that you can do, because sometimes we said the days don't feel long enough. So I think it's nice when you find other things that are still free, but that you can do outside of school. And in terms of the worst thing, I think it's like the fatigue. Just like getting in that zone of when you've done so much but you don't realize you've done a lot, and then you're just in like a zone of tiredness, and it's just like you see people in the corridor and it's just like, hey, yeah. And everyone's just so in a zone. So there hasn't been like a real bad thing for me, but when I'm in that zone, it's just hard to come out of it, you know. But yeah.
That's when you need to do that rest thing that you were talking about, isn't it?
Yeah. And also just to add on his point, thank you for saying that, because I was going to say about Ideas in Action too. So like I really love how the school motivates you to do whatever you want, anything, any ideas you have. They will help that, like they would try their very best to help you put that into action. Like I had this massive idea on doing a maze, like because I was training Malay dance before I started doing classical ballet and contemporary dance back home. So then I wanted to do like a Malay dance maze. So basically like just create a massive like human size maze in a dance room and just, you know, sort of like a dance installation. And I didn't thought that would have happened, but the school really helped me make that idea happen. So I was just really impressed on how the whole thing went throughout the day, and I had good feedbacks about that, and you know, it motivated me to kind of develop it further for future events whatsoever. So it's a great opportunity.
So it's kind of about you developing as your own individual dance artist as well and following those ideas.
Yeah, and there is so much diversity in this school, like in terms of classes and in terms of people. We come from all over the world, so it's really like you feel richer and like you learn so many things from other people. It's so inspiring.
So inclusive.
Yeah.
As well, the Ideas in Action, it makes you feel like your work it means something. Like all the staff, like they treat those sharings just like they would treat going to see a performance in the Black Box Theatre. So your idea that you had like a few months ago just at home or something, you know, it really stands on its own in an Ideas in Action. Yeah. And you know, it gives you something to be proud of. You presented it in front of the whole school in that way, so it's great.
And another thing is like doing Ideas in Action in the Black Box, for instance, you watch your peers doing their works and they're performing and you feel really proud for them, you know, like you feel really proud for them and you're like, wow, these people are so talented, and I'm so grateful that I'm in this school, within this group of people working together. You just feel much more united to see how much talent they have, how hardworking they are, and you just feel much more motivated to work harder. So it's amazing, yeah.
And there's not like a lot of pressure for you to present something that's like a big maze or something. Like you can present like an unfinished product in the studio, for instance, and that's still as respected as something that's as big as, you know. So there's like a real appreciation, and you can really feel it on that day when there's just so much creative things going on. A real respect for each other, which is nice.
I just had a question about accommodation for the international students, ladies. Did you have access to an accommodation officer? Did you have some guidance in terms of...
Yeah, we had help from here. There was the accommodation office. I just sent an email and I basically asked if they would like how to do that, and they helped me find a room with other people from the school.
Okay. It's similar for me, like I was very last minute, like me being a very last minute person. Like I emailed only like a month before coming in. I was like, I need a house. I'm coming here, and then the accommodation officer partnered me up with like 3 other people who was gonna come in the same year as I was, So we partnered up, and luckily one of them was here in London, so she managed to look at houses, view it, and then send me pictures of the house. Oh, I don't like that one, we'll find another house, you know. Like, I was so thankful that she was here so that I could sort of like see the house without actually seeing it physically. So it was really helpful. Yeah, they really helped me find an accommodation here.
Good. So another question from Venetia. Thank you. Maybe you know what this is already. What can one expect from the programme at London Contemporary Dance School? So, I don't know, do you want to describe a day?
Expect.
Yeah.
Expect to be thrown stuff at you, but not like in like a aggressive way, but kind of like they're gonna throw all these materials at you. I think the most you can do when you're here is to actually be open about it, absorb it all, experiment, try it, and see what you like, see what you don't like. At the end of the day, just choose what is your preferences, and just kind of be open about it. And somebody wants to describe a day in the school?
I mean, we have like our technique classes in the morning as everyone else, and then they range, like we have our improvisation classes, music, you start off with music as well. There's so many different things. Design.
Body comp, Pilates, there's so many things.
But what's nice is that when you find the connection between all those things, that's when it feels like a full day. So that I think when you get comfortable, maybe like in the second term, you start to make connections throughout the different classes, and the teachers try to make connections with the different subjects so that they don't feel standalone and separate. And I think that's when you start to value the day as a whole rather than differentiate and everything.
The first year definitely feels like there's so much for you to sample and try, and at first it can feel quite overwhelming with just the different range of things that you have to do, because you might not have ever done these things or thought it was okay to have ideas in certain classes. So as the course gets going, then you, like we were saying, you do start to make connections between them, and you can start to kind of feel like what you like, but you're also involved in other things. So you might have one preference of this kind of route that you want to take down at the moment, maybe have a few ideas in this way, but you know that you can hold your own in all the other things, and they'll find their way into what you're doing as well. So it kind of creeps up on you. You don't realize it at first. You're like, oh my God, I'm doing so many different things. And then come to the end of the term, it's like, oh, I've done all these things and I can just go and do this now.
So, another question. Before you applied to the school, what dance experience did you have? Who wants to answer that?
I didn't start with dance like when I was really young. I started when I was 15 probably, and before I was doing like swimming and gymnastics, like completely the opposite. And then I started with a few years contemporary, and I did a couple of years ballet before coming here. So not that much, but it was good. Yeah, it was enough.
You had the potential, and you still have.
I started dance at about 7. I was doing a traditional folk dance called Malay dance, the traditional dance in Singapore. And then I only started doing ballet and contemporary dance at 13 when I enrolled into School of the Arts, Singapore. So yeah, that's what I generally do.
That's quite a lot. What about you guys? Is it different? Well, assuming it is. Yeah.
Well, I started with street and hip hop dance, and that was fun. And it still is. And then I went into study. I was studying at Lewisham College for 1 year, and I done a BTEC for 1 year, and then I ended up doing my second year. Well, I done another year, but it was in Northern. And then I came here, so I had like 2 years of like ballet contemporary, and then I came here after. But before that, it was mainly street and hip hop with like hints of contemporary, but I didn't really know what it was. And then I came here, and I learned more about it, and I figured out a lot of things.
Oh, that's what I've been doing.
So I break, I've been breaking for like 7 years. Yeah. And
that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, I did that, and then when I left like school, GCSEs, I just needed something to do, and the place where I practiced, they offered like a dance course as well, and so me and my friends enrolled in that, and then here we are, Q&A.
Right here. Right.
Again.
Again.
Cool. So, you are at the end of your first year. What are you looking forward to in your second year at London Contemporary Dance School?
I'm really looking forward to actually, when it comes to choosing, do you want to get into the performance route or do you want to get into the choreography route? Because as of now, I have no clue what I want to do, to be honest. But I think in second year, it will help me decide better in the route that I want to go to. Like, I'm just looking forward to that part where I got to start choosing my route. I don't know why I'm excited for that, but
Like,
yeah, you kind of find it along the way.
Yeah.
I feel like at the end of this first year, there's kind of hints of it in people. Like you can see who wants to be doing this more, who's making things and the ideas in action every single time, and who's, you know, showing up half an hour before class starts, ready to go, like ready to take class. So it's already starting to kind of work itself out, and then you get to choose in the second year like certain like projects and things that you want to do. So, but then it's what I'm excited is coming back, because we rarely get to see like everyone dance together. So we are in our classes, and so even people that we live with, like my housemate, I haven't seen him the whole year. We haven't been in any classes together, and now just in these last few weeks where we've been working closer together, it's just like, oh hey, you learn all this. Like, so I think it's going to be the same deal. Everyone will choose their different pathways, and then we'll all kind of come together at the end of the second year again, and you'll see all this amazing things. And like Zuna said, it's like it makes you really proud.
Yeah. What's your favourite class and why?
Really hard. Because when I started, my favourite class was, if we're talking about technique classes, then my favourite class was contemporary because I was more comfortable with it. But then
it was easier for you then. Is that why you liked it?
the ballet, yeah. But it was still hard. It was just like more easy to understand. And then as time went on, like I had different teachers, which is really good because they all feed you different kinds of things. And then I made connections, guys. And then and then I started to get more comfortable with ballet, and I started to, like, by the last term, this term, I've really loved ballet. Like I didn't think I would have.
You feel like you need it, don't you?
Yeah, like I feel like I want to do it every day.
You wake up and it's like
it's just like I'm ready for this ballet class. Like I'm trying to do these turns, you know, like. But yeah, I think today is the day, you know. But then you try not to think about it too much because then you're off center. But let's not get into that. But no, like I think the technique classes are probably my favorite because it wakes me up in the morning, especially the teachers. They really wake you up. For me, it's really hard to decide. I couldn't say like I have a favorite class because there's so many like different classes that I love for different reasons. The improv classes, contact improv, you know, these are things that I love to do. So I couldn't pick. Maybe you guys could.
It's so hard because like every class has something different that like gives you something different, so it's really hard. Like I love technique classes, but I also love afternoon classes, like more creative things, so I can't really pick one of them.
Do you want to go first? I can't quite put a finger on like we said what class is my favorite, but I think I realized I actually do love ballet since I came. I do enjoy doing it, but I never loved it when I was doing it, you know,
It was just like you was doing it.
It's just like I was just doing it. But then since I came here, I was like, ooh, I love it. Like, yes, I'm feeling it. Like every morning, first thing in the morning, classical ballet. Yes, let's do this, you know. I think it's the way, yes.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's the way the teachers approach it. Yeah. Every time we get different teachers, and the way they teach and the the details that they give you, it's just giving you a different perspective on how to use your body. And I don't think, no offense to teachers back home in Singapore,
everybody's different.
But the way, but I think it's just like I said, the details and the way they approach the technique is so different, and you're kind of using your body in a more fluid way, and kind of more like contemporary in that sense. And I kind of prefer having this connection between the two.
And they
So
don't
it's
try
good.
to make you, like, because I came here thinking, I think everyone starts ballet thinking that, like, of doing it in a certain way of what they see.
Yeah.
But when you actually start doing it, like, they try to make you be you when you're doing ballet. They're not trying to make you become a ballet dancer, which is why I've started to enjoy it, because I don't feel like I'm trying to be something. I'm just, like, being me, you know? And I feel like everyone feels like that, which is why I've started to enjoy it, because you don't have to try as hard to be something that you're not, you know? So, yeah.
So we've not got very long left. If you do have a question, you need to send it in now. Okay. Good. This is a question. I want to audition to join the school next year. Have you got any advice for me?
Audition for the school next year.
Just do it.
Yeah, just audition, really.
I mean, even try it out, because you might not know if you want to come here, but audition and see how it goes, you know? Yeah.
Because like they say, as much as they are auditioning you, you're auditioning them too. So when you're auditioning, you're actually seeing if you actually like the school, you like the people, you like the teachers, you like the training. So you're auditioning them too. And also secondly, just be calm. You know, if you're nervous, you're going to restrict yourself from your potential. So just keep cool, do it, and you get through it. Yeah.
As they tell us everyone.
I never thought it would be so. It's probably the most relaxed audition that I've ever done in my life.
I agree.
So chilled out completely.
Like the other schools that I've auditioned for when I came here, I could feel the tension. I wouldn't mention which schools, but like you could feel a bit tensed, and the atmosphere was just, it's not that great. But when I came here, I was like, oh, I could actually chill, you know, it's very calm, and they make you feel good about what you're doing.
And then you do it better.
And also show yourself. I think before you come to training, or if you think that you want to audition, you definitely have this feeling like, I want to dance. Like you can feel it inside you, this thing that's making you want to dance. So when you're nervous because you think you have to look a certain way, that's what the training is for, is to refine this like thing inside you that makes you want to dance. So you need to come to the audition not with trying to show everyone what you have already, because chances are it's all going to get wiped to the side and you're going to, you know, rebuild from the ground up. So you need to come into the audition like showing that fire in your belly, like that you really want to be here and that you really love dancing, so that then when you come and you train and you graduate and you've learned all these things, you've learned how to refine that thing that you have inside you, and then you have all this crazy technique.
Yeah. Oh, so another question. Have you always wanted to be a dancer?
Yeah.
No, actually. When I was in School of the Arts Singapore, because we was doing the International Baccalaureate Diploma, and so I was studying at the same time, doing all the academic courses at the same time dancing. And I think when I was 16, I was kind of contemplating, do I go in the academic route? I wanted to do history and anthropology so badly. And at the same time, I was doing dance. So I was like, what do? I don't know. And I had to talk to my teachers, I talked to my friends about it. And it took me a while to realize that I do want to dance. And I like the creative side of it. Like I like choreographing, so that makes me happy. And I don't think going into the history, anthropology path would kind of fulfill me in that way. So that's why I went to the other route.
If you love dancing, you learn that you can be a dancer, like when you come here. Because if you dance, I think that just takes over everything. It's so physical and so mental. Like even if you just practice at home or something like that, or if you just go to a couple of classes, it seems like such this big part of your life now. And so you always think that you love dancing. And then when you come here, you start to realize how you can actually be a dancer. You don't need to be, you know, a professional to be a dancer. You can just dance anyway. But it's like giving you the tools to apply it to then go on into the professional industry. But if that's not right for you, you're still a dancer. Like even if you don't go into this, because you dance. So
I think for me, I've always loved dancing, but I didn't know it. So because I've always been dancing from young, like with family, friends, and with street dance and things like that. But then when I was in college, I studied media before I went to Lewisham, and I was going to go to university to do like media and filming and stuff like that. And then the applications, like it was time to fill in applications and send it, and I was like, I don't want to fill this out. I don't want to go. So then I reapplied to Lewisham, and then done that, and I think I had to do that to kind of realize what I actually wanted. So yeah, I think it was just like leading me on like a misled path, but I ended up being back here, and it's nice. Yeah.
No. So I think that's the end. It's the end of our Q&A. I'm very sorry. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for answering all those questions. And we will be back at 4:00, so you can continue sending your questions in. And we've got some third-year undergraduate students who are now finishing their course. It's their first performance tonight of the graduation performances. So please send your questions in via Twitter, and you can use the hashtag LCDSLive. Thank you. Hello, welcome to the London Contemporary Dance School Virtual Open Day. I am here with Renault Wiser. He's one of our commissioned choreographers for the graduation performances. And I have a few questions to ask you. Welcome. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you trained, and maybe some of the companies that you've worked for?
Okay, well, first of all, I'm from Switzerland. I came to the UK 11 years ago. I established myself in London straight away. But I studied in Switzerland back home in Geneva. I went to a dance school there and was in a junior company called Ballet Junior for a couple of years. My first professional experience was in Marseille, in France. I worked with Ballet National de Marseille. Then I had 2 years of work in Gothenburg in Sweden with the Gothenburg Ballet. And then I joined Rambert in 2004, and I stayed with Rambert for 5 years. When I left, I started doing freelance work, so still dancing for different companies. I established with some colleagues of mine a dance collective called New Movement Collective, and my own company 2 years ago, Renault Wiser dance company.
Okay. And so what is the difference for you with working with students compared to working with the professionals that you work with those companies, so with New Movement Collective, perhaps?
I guess, well, New Movement Collective is quite special because it's we are all friends and we are close colleagues. We've worked together. So in terms of the speed at which we can create, it's very fast because we understand where we want to go and our working methods. I think compared to my experience with professional dancers and students, pace is the big thing. It takes always a little bit longer to get everyone on the same page, but once we are there, I think then it's quite similar. You know, they are ready to go into the professional world, so they're not that far off. Yeah.
And are there any particular things that you do with them in those first few sessions that you have to get to know them or find out how they work?
I guess usually I tend to develop quite a bit of material first, so I create a lot of steps in the beginning and ask them to learn them, and so I establish a basic vocabulary, and I also give them a chance to get more familiar with the way I create and the type of movement I'm interested in. So that happens usually during the kind of first 2 weeks. We've done a little bit of improvisation and task work in the beginning as well to see what they can offer, and yeah, it's all about gauging each other, you know, kind of think a little bit what is our background, and yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about the themes of your work for the piece that you've created for the school?
Yes, so it's a piece, there's two aspects to the piece. There is a main thread throughout that is quite simple. We looked at the birth of a relationship between two people, and kind of the different steps leading to it. So that's the general thread. But then I was interested in working with anagrams and text, but with non-spoken text. So we started having lots of little letters and playing with constructing words and creating little sentences. And in a way I was trying to build the piece as an anagram as well. So taking different elements, shifting them around and rebuilding a similar situation, but slightly different because the readjustment of all the elements is different. So yeah, that was kind of the where we started, and that's the thing.
That sounds quite complicated to me. What did you expect from the students in terms of through that rehearsal process and the creation process?
Well, I guess for me it's about coming in with starting points, sharing the starting points, and then allowing a period of brainstorming, of kind of finding out ideas. There were some sections where I was pretty clear, and I thought that we could go straight into building it, and that was directing things quite precisely. And then there's other sections where I think it was about kind of planting a seed and then seeing what would happen in a room, and yeah, letting it evolve. So I think we did a bit of both, of like really directed process and a much more open one.
Okay. And how did you decide upon the title of your work?
Well, a smile petal is an anagram for a simple tale.
Ah, okay, now it becomes clear. It all ties in.
Yeah, and we had, it's a simple tale of attraction, which is the relationship throughout the piece. And I think we were also looking for like the kind of poetic sense. Like when we found loads of different anagrams of this phrase and of others, and some were totally irrelevant, you know, and some were beautiful, like that one. So I thought that was quite a nice one to have.
You've kind of described this, but do you have a typical process that you work with that you always go back to when creating pieces, or does it always change and evolve depending on who you're working with?
I think I usually like to have quite like a database of movement, so something to hold on to. So I will always work on developing a dance material that I think is appropriate to the energy of the piece or to the theme. From then on, I think each piece that I've made has had different entry points or themes, and I think it's quite interesting to challenge a little bit the way I work, so to try and find different methods every time to especially finding a way to create material that works with the theme that I'm trying to explore.
Okay. So you've been working with the dancers for 4 weeks. Have you seen the dancers develop in the same way that you've seen your work develop on them?
Yeah, I think at this point it's the beginning of seeing them appropriating the work, like really, embracing it, taking risk, and going beyond just doing a sequence of steps, but like including their own personal qualities into it. So I'm starting to see that now. It's a bit normal because the first few weeks were really about constructing you know, the sequence of the piece. So it's only when it's all there and there is a progression, I think, that they feel they can let go and enjoy it and develop.
So they're enjoying it now. You can see it when they
rehearse and you know, we have another week to go before, and so yeah.
So after I let you reflect on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So should we just go to the floor?
Yeah. So if you put and you have it down, hand there, and as soon as you know moves that, you lift up his neck and through his shoulders, through his arms back. Yeah.
Just this one, and the other one just.
Yeah. So like when you see him coming down.
Should we start like that slower, or do you still?
I'm suspended.
Okay. Just jacket that.
I think when they're doing nails back, I try to make sure that it's going to be in line with the letters. So if it's too far back, I kind of show them.
Can you guys stay standing up once close to where you were when you finish your action? So we are standing all together around this. Yeah. And we don't need to be in a line necessarily, so maybe David, you might need to move back a bit. Yeah. Okay. Good. Can I see can I see this whole thing one more time? We're not going to start from the front at the end. Because at the end of the things we're doing right before this is the rollback. So I think you'll hold me on the left. The only one who then, that's not it's only one. We don't going to be able to put it downwards. But I'm actually thinking that's a good thing. So I'm not sure how many people will see and be able to really engage with that. So instead we're going to have like a screen well, we definitely have that.
But is that the title with the hands or not?
Well, we could do the title with the hands, we could do the title with other things, feet. We could do the title. Like this content, this video content at the moment is very open. If there are things you want to explore as well, you can suggest, you can try them out as we go on. I just think like now it's there, and it's there the whole time. It needs to be used more than once, otherwise it's just gimmick. So let's see that. So it would be all sitting on the bench would be that kind of side, the screen would be there, and Alice would be the first one going to place it, and then you would stay there. So I actually think that Ben needs to get involved with Ruby. You need to get involved with Ruby when they arrive close to you. So you place your letter, you probably turn around, see a little bit too much play, and then have a couple of the ends. Now this one is where did we go? We went from story into attraction. Now in attraction, because now I see a bit how things happen. The duet work that we've done at this point, I think, will be done in its integrity by Ben and Alice, and then other people see how that works. But so for attraction, I think I would place you two in that word. And so
I'm already at home. I'm at home, she's in so already.
Yeah, but then that means I would just remove the other people who are addicts in that. So it'd be more about placing the letters around. Yeah.
If it helps, by placing Nell in the world tragedy, we can swap around.
Yeah.
If that helps.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Yes. So let's see how we construct that next thing. If we have. So which one is that? That's the T. That's the O. And this one, is it in or is it just? Okay. Just I'm not good at writing that. Yeah. Okay, connect. So can we see how we can construct this? And in a way, now if we remove some people, it means that what we're doing with them too needs to be more interesting, maybe, or bigger or longer. So maybe they are being passed on to different people on the way to the line.
Because we both got, she just wants to build on what we've got, because I get put into that letter already, that page already.
You are putting the letter down?
No, I'm in the letter. She's so I can see.
Yeah. Yeah, so can you take a squat just to see where that is?
And a smaller 3.
why you can start. Or
No, I have an O, so I can go with O.
Yeah.
You need to go all the way there. Yeah, it's okay. Go. Yeah, let's do that.
Does that have to get rid of that one? Because that's another. Yeah.
That's under that. Yeah.
So now we have to figure out how we build that way down. Well, at least you had what was Kerry Nichols? Can we see that? So I think possibly that if you could carry her and pass her on to someone else, going to do that. And so that means that long journey can take longer. Yeah, so I can probably figure maybe coming down.
When we did it before, once Ellis was in position, Andy and I also putting letters down. So
Yeah.
you have to do both.
I think because both. Because you might also have more letters. There might be more letters to put down, so that means that some other people who are carrying them will also go back to the letter.
Okay.
So I think you probably need to put your letter maybe a little bit sooner, and then people go.
Okay, cool. Okay. When do you guys move in relation to Ellis? I think we moved at the same time. Did you still want to do something quite similar?
Yeah, yes, we had before, no?
We had four, yeah. So
yeah, we're still trying to find that same one together. But I think we try to do exactly the same one.
Cool. Okay. Let's do that.
Me? The author, that was called, so I kind of, that's calling me, don't you get that way? You kind of come in this way, and you're pushing down as much as you can. Yeah, that way. That's it.
Cool.
Is there any way you could?
Yeah, exactly. Just new ways, yeah.
I have a feeling that it's facing like spin down, so it's still a few more things.
I feel like I just swing her around or something. Because it feels like we're falling on it. Just like swinging.
Could you, no, could you,
Do you mind if you kind of catch like swings? So you use the momentum but
that's the thing, it's flat. Yeah, so it's kind of.
Yeah, if you hold already has the legs in the beginning. Don't move in space, just moving around. So if you already got the now you already have just kind of you don't have to carry it more like actually that is quite nice if you manage to stay where you are. So you need your yeah. You're quite good. And then if you can be a tiny further away, you can really swing her. Yeah, that's good.
And then I don't know where we go from here because I need to get onto my back. And then I need to get to the front to yeah. Front with feet towards the front. Yeah. I guess you could hop through.
Yeah, the back and place also the rest of the so
just find an interesting way to I was thinking maybe I don't know if it would work. I was thinking if one of us was maybe back with the base and then just to come back, there might be a way to yeah. Cool.
Creations, and also one that's postgraduate creation. Of the undergraduate films, one has been created in collaboration with South Bank University, and this is all part of a module that we have here called Screen Dance, within which the students learn how to communicate choreographic intention using filmmaking tools, and they also learn the technical side of things as well in terms of editing tools, editing software that they have to use. And also they look at other technical challenges and also the way in which you create dance for the screen. So we're now going to watch those 4 films. Thank you.
I do think that there's a big problem that art doesn't fit in like a regular economic model. Like there is a huge problem.
I mean, if you think too much about that, then you don't do anything.
If it feels difficult, probably the university is not doing a bad job. No? It's very contradictory. To have institutions. People don't actually agree. It's a miracle that the systems work. It's a miracle that we have theaters to perform. The miracle that it's...
How did it work 200 years ago? Like there was no like institution that would be funding art. It was like patronage. Exactly. Patronage. Exactly. Somebody has to make the difficult choices, and I guess they become accountable, right? But you can't please everybody, right? It's not easy to stay on top anyway. Whose cake is that? Some sort of exposure. Right. I'm not saying it's the best way.
Being alive. Desperate artists. Send me what I love.
Mistaken is healthy.
My friends. Desperate artists.
Mistaken is healthy.
Desperate artists.
Embracing a tree.
Senses. Being alive.
Respect music.
My friends. Swimming.
Rhythm. Music.
Swimming.
Rhythm.
Desperate artists. Senses. Doing what I love. Being alive.
Desperate artists.
Send me what I love.
It is universally accepted that there can be no life without water. And if we accept that water, the source of all life, was sent from outer space, then logic leads us to the conclusion that all life, including that of human beings, is alien to this planet.
Hello, welcome to London Contemporary Dance School's Virtual Open Day. I'm here with Igor and Moreno, who are our choreographers for the graduation performances, and we have a few questions for them. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
So you both studied at London Contemporary Dance School, and I know that Igor, you performed in the graduation performances.
Yeah.
How does it feel now coming back and choreographing on the students for those same graduation shows?
Wow, it's really nice actually. It's a very different context to make work for, and I think that's something we've been talking a lot with both together but also in the studio. I guess responsible, like there is a degree of responsibility for it, because it's not just any random audience, or it's great. I mean, I'm very happy to be back actually quite shortly after my own graduation, so
yeah.
It's great.
And Moreno, sorry, how do you feel?
Yeah, I think I agree with Igor that there is a big sense of responsibility, but also a great sense of excitement when you see the work coming to life and this group of people really opening up to us and really trusting us. Yeah.
So, it's a little while back now, but how did you introduce yourself in that first session that you had with the students? Did you do anything specific?
I'm not sure if we started from sharing what the departure concept was, or if actually I think how it started was really speaking to them about where they were at themselves as makers or performers or as dancers, what the relationship to this very moment of graduating was for themselves, but also as artists, and then what their expectations were and what were their maybe the points of conflict and what they would like this process together to be. And then we shared the concept, and then from there we tried to bring it in a route that would be also responding to that conversation with them.
And as much as this process has been about us proposing a concept and working on it with them, we also really try to take care that their expectations for this project were fulfilled. And it was also quite interesting sometimes to go back to what their initial desires were and realize that actually it was quite hard work to get to that point, but then we together share the responsibility to get to it.
There was a very nice thing as well, though, in which we realized they knew of us. We didn't know each other, but they knew of us maybe a little bit more than we expected, and then we also tried and remove any expectations related to what they had necessarily seen or known from us, but really try and work together from that moment onwards.
So this is the second time that you've been commissioned to create a piece for the graduation shows. How does it feel? Does it feel different at all to the first time that you did it? Was it 3 years ago?
It was 2012.
Yeah, it was 2012. Although it was not a graduation show. It was a originative project, so it was a very similar structure, but it was not their final.
Is it previous to the final? So it's just before graduation. Mm-hmm. So instead of being at the end of the third term, was the second term, and we spent probably a little longer even with them, in a very different kind of pressure and context.
Because you've had 4 weeks, is that right? Nearly 4 weeks to create this?
Yes.
How different is that? Is it a whole different set of pressures and...
We normally take a lot longer to make work, yes. I don't know, I'd say that the normal process, the process or the departure is very similar to all other processes. But still, normally, after 2-3 weeks, we would take a break, go away, reflect on it. There's a lot more time of settling and sedimentation and development. And
we are really used to. It's true. We're really used to having gaps within the creative process to just let the work settle in our minds and understand more about also our desires about it. And this time, is one go, to kind of get something out. So, but it's good. It's good, but you just need to teach yourself to take decisions a bit quicker than you sometimes would wish.
And we did learn that from the previous work when we did it 3 years ago. Hold on, 3 years ago.
Three, yeah.
I think, yeah, but that's something we learned as well back then. Like, it's a different way of making decisions and then letting them settle and grow from there. Like, it's a different, yeah.
Okay, so I understand you gave the dancers a series of frameworks and stimuli to work with. Could you just describe that process a little bit, like how you worked with the dancers to create the piece?
Yeah, so we arrived to this creation with some desires about it, and one of the desires was to create a situation which was challenging for the group and for the context, but at the same time would make these people very, very attractive, very desirable. So really show them really show their strength and at the same time their fragility. And the process together has been very much about understanding how that could be achieved. So we shared the work of some photographers, for example, that we felt were achieving that balance very well. I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah, we depart. Many of the tasks we worked on was departing from some photographies. I think we even mentioned them in the program notes, I think. But it's very interesting because we rarely work from still image. But what was really interesting for us in those still images was like the fact that there were quite contrary feelings in some of them. Like maybe something that is very attractive, but a little bit disturbing at the same time, or something that might look disturbing at the beginning and then convinces you in a different way, or maybe like the dynamics in certain compositions when your eye first is brought somewhere else and then by the composition slowly you're engaged into looking into a further detail in it. And then it's been an interesting process as well for us, like not like making sure that they don't end up being stills on stage, but how to bring these same ideas into live performance
and into action. So finding the action within the image has been quite a big part of this process.
We looked quite a bit as well into fashion. I think with the purpose a little bit of like mainly for the costumes and stuff, but also on, for themselves to look at different imagery, and that's nice. That's quite a lot of fun.
Is this a typical process for you? You mentioned earlier you normally have a lot longer and it settles down and everything, but in terms of working with the dancers and giving them stimuli of the photography, have you done that before?
Not with the photography, but I think it is very much task-based, like it's devised work. Mm-hmm. So I think it depends very much on who's involved, or definitely, I don't know.
Yeah. I think something that has been fairly close to other creative processes is that we really try and bring everything down to the performer. So really engaging the performers with their full body and with their voice and with their attention and their focus. So that has been, I feel that has been very much in line with the rest of our work. And I think also allowing the space to pull on each individual's strengths and also particular skills.
Yeah, like then that's very much regardless the outcome. I think the outcome is very specific to these 4 weeks and the 10 of us involved. Well, 10, 11 day to day would be a little bit, because of course it's a lot more than the 8 of them and the 2 of us. There's a lot more people doing it with us. But yeah.
Can you describe some of the themes of the work? Like you mentioned that they use their voice in it. What are they doing with it?
All the sound is pretty much performed live by them.
Okay.
Yes, all the soundscapes.
Spoilers. Shall we give some? There is we can say, for example, regarding the voice, there is a fair amount of no.
You don't want it ruined.
Come on.
Just come and watch it.
Yeah.
Or live streamed.
Yeah.
So your piece is being performed all next week, I think, or a few nights next week. So have a look on the website and you'll be able to come and buy a ticket, or we're live streaming a show next week as well. So they should just come and see it.
It's just best. Come or whether it's like through the screen, but it's a lot better than anyone telling you about it.
That's true.
All right.
Yeah. Nice. So this should be here. Okay. So, what is the time? What time are you leaving?
5:30.
5:30. So actually, before I see the last solos, can we all learn some of Anya's material? Yes. Sorry. Okay. You start with this? Can you show this step?
So you do like a basic like salsa-ish step while you keep this going, and I start going like this and then turning slowly to face the front, and you keep going with this, and you keep going with this, and I don't have number, but you just keep going lower and lower and lower until it transforms into open, close, because there you come to the salsa. And then from there you do this up, you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, you keep going with this the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
But then when you have your legs good, do you go like
I mean, it's more you stop at da, and you, because when you, but the idea is to keep going lower instead of going up and down.
It's not up and down.
Yeah, and then you keep going up gradually, up and up and up, and it transforms into like a Jenga from capoeira. So you lift this one, you keep doing like this.
Cool. So guys, do we have this like just in the front? So what step do you start with? So let's say that we have. Sorry? So now I'm suggesting that we start front.
Sorry.
So we start front. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we do 8, 8.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. And then we transform. So how do you pass from this to the next one?
8, you're already up.
So it's
and then it's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. If we start with this, 8, 8.
Then you go step back.
So 8 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What would be the next thing?
The next I do. What do? I do like a cut.
Cool. That's good. Nice. Perhaps we want to do there. So if we go 7, 8, no, 8.
Step
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right?
Yeah.
Good.
Diagonal up.
Yeah, diagonal up. Keep going.
This is the part that I'm not figuring out yet, but from here I do a big leg with an arm. This I missed before. I did like this, and then I rolling like shoop. Does that make sense?
Yes. You do a leg. You do
another leg.
this.
Yeah.
And then you
roll.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So let's go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this already the leg?
Yeah.
Cool. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like this.
Yeah.
Huh? Cool. So we're here. Keep going.
Yeah, that's right. And left. I haven't said that. So
Just show me the material before we learn it. Okay. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. So I think it would be good if we go from here. We simplify it a bit, so we go up, we just keep going down, we go out, and we go here.
Yeah.
So it just becomes more, I think what would be really good for this part, to achieve for this part, is a bigger sense of flow. Because what's happening in the choreograph is that it's really nice, it's dance, but it's also very, there's a lot of controlling and getting yourself to positions, and I think here we are going to try to keep it flowing. So the shape will be the same. So if you go down, you have an arm here, right? Or
Yeah, you grab it here. When you open, you camber or shift.
Camber
down. You grab your back foot and you go back and you pull forward. Here, it's kind of like very my preparation in my mind. And you fall. And I
so from here, is this the end?
Yeah, well, for me, my end is after the fall.
Cool. So I think let's hold it here for now. Let's hold here. And then we're going to see what else. So is it one more time? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down, like down, turn, open. That's it. So basically we go turn, open is already down, is out, and I'm sorry, I think I did something. Yeah. So it's kind of cool. That's good. Let's do one more time. We just yes. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and leg, up and down, open, grab the leg, out, open, and grab the foot, and open. Perfect, cool. Okay, thank you. I think I would like to keep seeing some of this. Who's next? Go.
turn, and I do that little step as I raise my right arm.
Don't worry.
So 1, 2, and the third one goes in the lunge and sort of fall. This hand is just there because this hand, as soon as you fall, is going to shoot up to take you lunging this way. So.
Watch it all. Well, exactly. I'm really thinking about the weather because this is okay, that's test.
Oh yeah, it goes to the. Okay, so I think it's slow. Beginning. Go this one. Go there. And then the right one goes left one goes down. 1, 2, and forward lunge. And then the left arm swoops up. And then oh yeah. And then I go sort of like I pivot on my right leg. Pivot. And I go the left. So 1, 2, then I stop my left, stand, do little like so come here, I go through, I go, then turn.
Maybe check Skype's open.
With my right arm and put across the scrambled.
What's the last
Yeah.
Is that a way to
So from there on, you just uncurl the left.
very much in wow, that's really nice.
Still having yourself, sort of.
Is your left hand still quite deep?
Maybe you should adjust your right arm, give yourself some space to
But then, obviously, when it's full,
you get the left arm on top of your head, the other side. Stand on your right knee. So just get out of this. And just went
exactly, yeah. Let me just show you your name.
I just went left, clap. Yes, sort of like, it's as if like you're standing, but you're not. You know what I mean? So it's very casual place where you're just looking at something.
And I'm on.
Yeah, I cross my arms and then I let my right knee. It's like.
Please ignore how I go.
Yeah, so from here, let this front leg drag.
I will get it right, come on.
So instead of falling sideways, the 1, 2, the third one you take bigger and you just like tilt to it. And then as soon, you tilt and then the left one goes.
Oh no, is that back showing? It's not showing.
Oh yeah. Lunge. Let's go to the floor and across the other one.
getting a total illusion, trying to sweep you back to the front rather than being sideways.
What's on next?
Here we go.
Kerry Nichols.
And then curl. Then you well, actually, I put my right arm back on my left arm on the chair.
Cool. So guys, could we then do this? Could we go ahead through onions? So yeah, it's like the weights.
I'm not going to tell you anything. You really want to see it. 2, 3. Thank you. No, I've got to do it. Otherwise, if I pass it along, it will make a load of noise as it goes from hand to hand. So
Okay. So I need to lean in then.
Sit at the back. Can maybe if you come forward on the seat. Yeah. And then I can come out.
Okay. Good. Hello.
That's fine.
Yes.
Lovely.
It helps me to so if you
Hello, welcome back to our second Q&A session for today's virtual open day at London Contemporary Dance School. I am joined here by 3 graduating students. Hurrah! They're about to leave. This is Yanel, Amana, and Otanin. Otana. That's it. Sorry. So we have got a selection of questions that we'll be able to ask you. And please send in your questions to us using the hashtag LCDS Live, and we will be sending them, we can just ask them straight away. Okay? Thank you. So let me just, I've got some down here at the minute. So one of the first questions, where have you performed?
Do you mean during the 3 years?
Yeah.
I think the places are varied. So we've mainly performed at the Robin Owen Dance Theatre, which is part of the building in the place. We've been performed at Sadler's Wells for a project with Crystal Pite in November. Maybe you can add.
Studio 1 and 2. They opened up the studios so that we have like sharings for different projects that we do as part of the curriculum. I also, like in the beginning of the 3rd year, we get an opportunity to go on exchange. So I had a few opportunities to perform in Copenhagen, in like a warehouse there, and also in the theatre there at the school.
Any others? Have you been involved in any like external projects or site-specific work? Or?
In my first year, I've performed at Buckingham Palace for the Prince Andrew. It was a special event because he's a royal patron of the place. And we, in 3rd years, we have a collective, and we've been performing in site-specific around Bank and a few other places at the Trip Space as well. Yeah.
And also, I just remembered back to 1st year a while ago now that we had the chance to perform in Bloomsbury Square Gardens as well as Russell Square, and it was part of Bloomsbury Festival. And sometimes there's like outside people are in connection with the place, like local authorities, the council, and also and then we get the opportunities to perform in elsewhere, other places.
So you've now come to the end of your third year, and during that time I know that you have to do a negotiated project, is that correct?
We do.
Can you just tell me a bit about that process, or a bit about your own individual project? Is anyone? What have you done?
Yeah. So it's been a long process, which actually started back in second year. Towards the end of second year, we were asked to just have a think about a topic that might be of interest for us, not necessarily dance related. Well, most of them were, but it could be something of interest for us as an artist. So we started researching a little bit during the summer between second year and third year. And then all the way through third year, we had this project going on alongside other, obviously, performances, courses, technique classes, everything. So it was quite a challenge for us, especially towards the end of it. Time management was quite difficult for all of us, I would say. But it's been really interesting. For me personally, I was researching kinesthetic empathy. So that's the connection between audiences and dancers in terms of how do they physically engage with us or not. So I've been doing some audience research, lots of readings as well. And it was quite amazing to see when we all presented our project, the range of things that people had been exploring throughout the year.
So did you get to watch each other's then?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
It depends, because some people did like installations, and like I did an installation that was kind of there throughout the whole day, so I had to stay there the whole day. So I didn't, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see many others. What I researched about was Black British identity, and to what extent do others born in Britain or in the UK but with African or Caribbean roots feel an importance to hold on or connect to their roots, or like what even do Black British people see as roots. So I interviewed 12 different not just dancers but performers, and the reason why some people actually weren't, it was family members as well. I just interviewed many different people and created a sound installation, and I edited the sound and created a collage in a small room, the lecture room, so people throughout 2.5 hours could walk in, and there were like sofas, photographs and quotes, and it was like a different so they could listen to the interviews and see.
Was yours different again?
Yeah, my research was about laughter, and my question was kind of how can laughter challenge people's assumption about, in a very wide way, how the world we live in. So I wanted to do about laughter, and because I wanted to research how can I fit my practice of dance with something else, and I decided to create at the end of the research half an hour performance where I put myself in different situations and try to engage with the audience and make them laugh or not, and see why they are not laughing. And then I had few researches in studios where I would film the audience reaction and then rework the same piece and make changes if needed. And then we all shared on the same days, and the sharing at the end of the project is very an amazing day, because you see in our year we have 40, so there were 40 different projects, and each one is so interesting and very different. So there's installation, films, documentaries. Some are full written about some are more scientific, some are more social, cultural. It's a great idea, I think.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Go on.
I think although it was intense for all of us and alongside the dance training, I think it was a really beneficial experience to go in depth on something that you like. Obviously being open can be a challenge because you're what do I grab onto? But just having that choice to be okay, what am I interested in? And the fact that there were many people that didn't choose necessarily dance or performance related things, but somehow turned it into something artistic. So, and that's what this school is good at as well. You can express your medium of topic in whatever way you choose to. And the body is obviously one way, which is what we're training at the moment. But I think it's good to be open to how you can say things with anything.
that you want to. Yeah.
Cool. So this is quite a. You need to cast your mind back 3 years. Gosh. What made you choose London Contemporary Dance School? Who wants to answer?
Okay, I'll go. Well, I'm from a different country. I'm from France, and I was already in a kind of very similar training. And somehow I was like I was missing something, or what I had in France wasn't what I was looking for. So I've auditioned in a few places in Europe, and I decided to come to London because for me, London, well, first I needed to speak English because it's quite important in the industry. Everyone speaks English, so it's a very good way to, when you're here, you have to do it. And you're also supported at school when you don't speak English, that people help you, which is very nice. And for me, London is like a place, a cultural place, and there's a very an amazing art platform. There's like exhibitions, there's art every day, all the time. You can see performances, theatre, everything. And it, for me, that's also one of the reasons why I wanted to come to London, because there's so much in the arts that you can like take, and it's very inspirational city. Multiculturalism as well. It says people from all around the world, so it's great, I think, for that.
Yeah, I think for me it's a little bit of the same reason, because I'm from Belgium as well. So I really wanted to go abroad, learn English, definitely. And also one of my former teachers back in Belgium trained at London Contemporary Dance School quite a few years ago. And then a graduate from the school also came through London Contemporary Dance School. So I'd heard of it, but for me it was still this place that I'd seen on the internet and seen photos of, and I was like, oh, this looks great. But I couldn't really imagine myself in the school. And then I came here for the audition, and then just being in the studio, meeting the teachers and the student ambassadors, I really felt like it could be a great place for me to be, and I could imagine myself training here. And then at first I was on the reserve list, but I was really hoping to get the place, and I did in the end, so that's why I came here.
Yeah. Different reason?
For me it was because I'm from London, I've lived here my whole life, and I started doing contemporary dance at Laban, and I was doing the CAT scheme, Centre for Advanced Training there, and then I went to the Brit School and did the BTEC National in Performing Arts while still training at Laban. So in all, I was like 4 years. I did the CAT scheme, and if I hadn't done the CAT scheme there, then I probably would have gone there. But it was just that I needed a change. I'm just like that. I like change. So the next change was the place, and obviously it's a good, like, there's many other reasons. Like, it's a good school too. I wanted to stay in London for many different reasons, but the fact that, like, also, yeah, I wanted to stay in London, and so I applied for here, and I got in. Yeah.
Well done. Okay, so we've had a question on Twitter. Thank you to Tamara Bexley for sending this in. I'd really like to know the ethos around mature dancers as I'm thinking about applying. Do you have a range of ages on your course? In your year?
In our year, yes. There's in terms of right now, I guess the youngest is 20.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I think Theo is a bit younger than me. I think he's like 15 days younger than I am.
Well.
But whatever.
And at the moment, I guess 27? 27 is the oldest. But in the past, because I started in 2010, when I originally started, there were people who started when they were 25. I graduated when they were 28. There were some people, actually the oldest person I think graduated when he was 33, or 32. I can't remember, there was a whole myth about how old he was, but he kept it kind of confusing. Yeah. Right. But so there's been many different ages, and even in first year at the moment, it's like a range. So yes, there is totally space for people of all ages and backgrounds and everything, yeah.
Can you describe some of the backgrounds that your fellow colleagues within your year come from? Is it a real mix? Like, do you all come from different sort of dance experiences? And
yeah, for Sure.
Yeah, definitely. Because you said about the CAT scheme, which I think quite a few of us have done, so the Centre for Advanced Training here at the place or at Laban.
Or even there's like one in Swindon, there's one in like in Leeds, so loads of people have come from there, I think, or a few, Yeah.
But then we've also got, for example, Anya's been doing a totally different course before coming here at university as well. So some people don't go straight into dance training, they choose to do something else and then come to the place as well.
Yeah.
In terms of dance, some people have like more like hip hop background, or I don't know, Freya, she has more jazz and tap dance background as well, so she didn't do a lot of contemporary dance before coming here, so it's very varied actually.
Some people did musical theatre before coming and decided to do the contemporary.
I think we have gymnasts as well, so it's very, very varied. And
like you said, one of the guys here had a degree in law, like he did law and then decided to come here, so it's like a whole mix. It's nice. That makes it really like beautiful in a way, because you get to be inspired by people with completely different experiences from you, who can see things in a different way, and which helps to spice your own
dance.
Artist,
So tonight is the first night of the graduation performances. Please buy a ticket and come and see it live. We are going to stream tonight's performance later at 8 o'clock. But can you tell me a bit about the process that you've been through in terms of creating that repertoire that you're going to perform? You mentioned earlier that it's been quite intense this last little while.
It's been 4 weeks, 5 days a week in the afternoon, so usually from about 1 till 6, and you work with a small group, so like between 8 and 10 people, I think, in each, and there's 4 different groups, 4 different choreographers. So the process that I've been in has been amazing. I've loved working. I think you saw an interview with Igor and Moreno, maybe you did, and that's who I'm working with at the moment. And it's been fruitful, it's been challenging, it's been emotional, it's been sweaty, it's been lovely, it's been hard, it's been soft, it's been I guess there might be something else to add.
Maybe it's worth mentioning that for this particular project, we got chosen by the choreographers, because during the rest of the year, we generally had options, so we could pick first choice, second choice, third choice, and generally got all first choices for most of the year. But for the graduation shows, we actually invited the choreographers for sort of an audition day, but it wasn't a real audition, because we would all get in one of the pieces, definitely. But the choreographers could choose their group. So it was quite interesting to get with an entirely new group, because for me, I've been working for this particular piece with people that I hadn't been working with at all this year. It's been really nice to be brought together with these guys and discover a new choreographer as well, because I've been working with Renault Wiser and I'd never been working with him before. So yeah, it was quite interesting to have that chance actually to be chosen and then see how it's like.
Which piece are you doing?
I'm here with Igor and Moreno as well, the same piece as Amanda. So yeah, I think we've been through the same process, and for me, working with Igor and Moreno at this stage is really what I hope it like working with in a professional atmosphere is like. It's really, we are really part of the process we create together. Obviously, they offer, they suggest, we work with tasks, but it's a really a two-way discussion. So we really share thoughts, and then we reflect all together, and we feel. We feel really part of the process as a group, and we became through these 4 weeks like a small family. It's really very intense and great and amazing. I'm a bit emotional about it.
It's nearly over.
I bet you can't wait to perform it.
In a way, yeah, but then once it's performed, then it's over. But no, of course, it'll be. I'm very looking forward to performing.
Very exciting.
It's time.
It's going to be a celebration, I think.
Yeah.
It's a very special moment for everyone, I think.
Yeah.
So.
So what are your hopes for the future? Do you have plans once you finish this performance run here at the place, what are you going on to do next?
So straight away, I'm going to Barcelona for a holiday.
Probably earned that.
And then I'm going to go to a contact improvisation festival in Freiburg with 2 other girls from the year. We're going to go together, and that's like a 5-day workshop, which will be really cool. And then after that, I need to pack up because I'm moving to Leeds. I auditioned for Verve, which is the postgraduate company of Northern Contemporary Dance School in Leeds. I think I said Leeds twice. Anyway, so yeah, I'll be doing that. So in a postgraduate company, generally in this postgraduate company, we work with 4 choreographers. It's like in a school year, so from September till July. But I think by about February, we finish the process, making 4 different works. I think we're all in at least 3, or at least 2 or 3, and then we tour. This year they toured around Europe and the UK, and so hopefully that will be the same for me as well. So I think I need to. John Luca, the director, said that it's going to be quite intense the first week, so it's like, keep fit, guys. So I guess I'll be swimming a lot and doing some physical activity straight away as well, too. Trying to stay fit.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm also going to try and stay fit over the summer. I've already booked a few workshops back in Brussels so that I can keep training a little bit. And then starting from October, I'm going to Italy, to Bologna, and I'm doing an 8-month dance program there, which is called Dance Startup. And I didn't know about it. I completely found out about it randomly. But then I auditioned for it, and in the audition, I just really engaged with the style of classes that they were offering, and also that it's more of a professional training than just a course where you're considered as a student, I guess. So it's really helping us move towards being professionals, getting in touch with choreographers, so they invite a lot of people in the program, and then we get to do lots of workshops with them, perform quite a few times, and then at the end of May, that program will be over, and then I'm hoping to actually start working as a dancer. So yeah.
For me, I'm going to move back to France and trying to, because I've been away for 3 years and I don't know so much about French contemporary dance, so I'm going to try to go back there and figure out what is going on. And at the same time, I mentioned before, in 3rd year we have a group we've created our own collective, which is called the Sparse Collective. Amana is part of it.
Yeah, and it's called the Sparse Collective because we're all from different places, sparsely around the world, but also we might be sparsely around the world, and we'll come together collectively around time. Anyway.
So yeah, with that we've already performed in a few places, and we are developing it. We're creating our website. We have business cards coming up. So we have an event coming in November. So we're in touch and we're trying to develop that. It's an improvisation collective. So we work with improvisation. And in style-specific things. So it's a very exciting project, and I hope we'll develop it and make something nice with it. Yeah.
That sounds really exciting. Yeah. You need to let us know what you're doing next, and we will tell you. Just some more questions. Was there anything unexpected that you learned during the 3 years that you were here? Who wants to answer that? Did you come in with one particular way of thinking and that's totally turned around?
When I first started, I had an idea of what it was to be a dancer, a contemporary dancer, and it was quite closed in a way. It was like, okay, I have to fit into this box. But then I had injuries and I had to leave for 2 years, and I had lots of time I had an operation on my knee, and I became a lot more aware of my own body and aware of myself. So rather than focusing on something that was outside of me, I was focusing on more like what I had to offer that was already there, rather than always trying to strive to be something else. So I mean, it's always good to challenge yourself, of course, but I think it's really important to first accept who you are and what you have and work with what you have and grow with what you have. And then you become stronger, I think, mentally, physically. And then you have something unique to offer because you're really good at being yourself. So I guess that's what I'm still working on. I don't think I've found it. Like, I don't think it's ever something that, okay, yeah, I've got me now. Okay, right, so what's next? So it's always something that I think in life, not just in dance, is a thing that I've learned to listen to myself a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be the same for me, actually. I think when I arrived, I had that sort of ideal picture in mind of, in 3 years, I'm going to be that dancer. But then, yeah, as you were saying, we just realized that it's with our own bodies that we work. And so it's that development. But I guess also just asking questions and really relying on the teachers, the staff, the people around in the class. That's been something that I was a bit shy about, I guess, at the beginning. And then by just doing it and really making use of all chances that we have tutorials with the technique teachers every term. So really discussing and trying to make the most of that. That's been really helpful for me.
Yeah, I mean, I could add, I don't know. For me, when I was coming here, I didn't really know what I wanted to do because contemporary dance is so wide that there's so many things you can do. Well, now I cannot say I'm going to do that, but I can say I'm not going to do that. So I kind of know which kind of dancer I don't want to be, which kind of already like narrow down a bit more the target. But yeah, and I mean, there's so many things to do around, so I don't really have an answer for that.
So you're still exploring and developing.
I think being a contemporary dancer professional, like you keep exploring every year throughout your career, so there is no a set answer. I think it's keep developing, as you were saying before. Yeah.
What's it like being part of the place? So I mean, I'll just develop that. So we have the dance school, which you're obviously part of, and then there's the theatre that's based here as well, the classes that take place with all the children that come in at the weekends, the postgraduate courses, Edge, the company. I could keep going, but is that a particular... What does that bring for you?
I think it's a community. I think we had one lesson before a class. I can't remember what it was, like professional studies, and we were talking about community somehow. And I was saying, like maybe in the past, I'll say back in the day all the time, I don't know how far you want to go, but there was more this sense of community in neighbourhoods and like people like it's still around in like smaller towns, but I guess in London it's like there's so many people all the time that it's like everyone's on their own vision. It's like, doosh, gotta do my thing. But you come here and it's like, it's home, like I've stayed here, I've slept here, like I've had naps here, and not overnight, obviously, I'm not saying to promote that, but like you socialize with people, you really get to know each other intimately, physically, you're sharing something really special, like so I guess it's like being part of a community. I think that's the easiest way to say it for me. Yeah.
Nothing to add to
that. No, that's perfectly fine. We had a question from someone earlier on Twitter about assessments. How often are you assessed? So I don't know if you want to break it down year by year, or and how are you assessed?
It's changing now.
Yeah, from our experience, we used to be assessed every term. So we had 3 assessments a year for technique classes, so one for ballet, one for contemporary every term, but they've changed that now from the first year. So that would be your mark for technique, and then in the afternoons we would be assessed mainly on continuous engagement with the classes and some tasks, for example, for composition or things like that. And then for cultural studies, we'd need to hand in an essay, which would be the main assessment. And that was pretty much the same in second year. We were mainly assessed on modules, or we had a project, the main project in second year was music and choreography, so we were assessed on that process and the performance.
I think we are also on some courses, for example, there's a term in third year where we have project, we have to choose either we work with a choreographer or then a teacher from the school, so we create also projects, and we are also assessed on the process but also on stage during the performances. So there's two way of assessing us, which I think is very good.
And then in third year you don't get assessment classes anymore in terms of technique. It's just continuous, so it's just like from how the teacher sees you and your development rather than judged on the day.
So you've got to be on it all the time then? Is that?
I think it's it's a natural thing. Yes, no, but I think it's more just that it's more about your progress.
Yeah.
So it's like over a time, and the teacher knows you more than the panel knows you. So it's more personal, I think, rather than objective, if that's the right word. I always get too confused. Anyway, and then also, you get assessed for the negotiated project, which is your dissertation, and then collaborations. And so, you get assessed a lot, basically. But
I think in third year you get assessed twice a term on different projects. Like we do 5-week projects, so in one term we would be assessed twice on one project, and the continuous assessment of the morning classes, which are techniques. Yeah.
But I think it depends how you look at it, because obviously, like you're getting assessed because to quantify like what you've learned, so that you can get a mark, so that so you can have the piece of paper that says you've done this. But that's what you learn. No one can write on a piece of paper, you know. So I think not to stress out too much about assessments is a very useful tool to have while you're here, because you'll like pressure, like you have it anyway, so added pressure isn't going to help anything. I think just try and be confident that you're learning. You know, you can't unlearn. You're having the 3 years experience here. When you leave, you would have learned so much more. No matter what grade you get, you would have met people. You would have met people in the school. You would have met people outside the school. You would have learned from things you've seen. So you get assessed and it's part of the degree, but what you learn is no one can take that away from you.
So you mentioned a bit about the people that you worked with outside of the school. Have you developed any contacts in the professional world of dance that you're going to be pursuing? No, not pursuing, but working with in the future, or?
Hopefully. I think with the dance world, it's quite small, so it's just the fact that I think it's really great that the school gets people from outside, because just knowing your face and getting to know you in the studio means that you have a bit more of a history than a person that doesn't know them. So if, for example, if you're in an audition for that person, then they would know your face a bit more, so that's always good. But also there's a lot of choreographers that don't audition, so the fact that you get to work with them in the studio means that maybe they will call you or email you because they'll remember working with you. Might not be now, might not be next week, but it could be, in the future. So, but there's been lots of people that have come, we have workshops at the end of...
We have also, in third year, we have what we call mock auditions, so the staff, they would invite 8 choreographers working for companies, and it's happening every Friday, so we have a 4 hours mock audition, so that also it's a way to get used to audition and also to see the work of different people and to train yourself to audition, and also to make contact as well. Sometimes it happens. So
But also, you guys are my contacts, so we've we've got a huge network within the year, and people these. You guys know, we all know each other really well, and I'm sure that there'll be a time where I'll want to work with one of you guys, and I can send an email. I'll be like, hey, remember me? I got a project. I really want to work with you. So so that we've got contacts within the year.
And also as part of the bigger community of the place, I guess I'm working as a teaching assistant on the children classes, and so just meeting teachers there who are also performers, choreographers, sometimes really useful and really inspirational as well to see that they can manage performing, teaching and all that in one career. Yeah.
All right, so I think that brings us to the end of the session. Thank you very much for taking part and answering all our questions. Thank you for sending your questions in. Next, you will be able to see Kerry Nichols in an interview, and also in the rehearsal. She'll be talking about her new commission that she's created for the graduation students. And then later on this evening, 8 o'clock, you'll be able to watch the live stream performance of the opening night of the graduation performances, and that will continue all next week as well. Not the live stream, obviously, but you can come and see the performances in the theatre. All right, so thank you and enjoy Kerry Nichols. Thank you very much. Hello, thank you for joining us for London Contemporary Dance School's virtual open day. I am here with Kerry Nichols, choreographer extraordinaire. She is doing one of the commissions for the graduation shows. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? What made you get into dance or start choreographing, or where did you train, that type of thing?
Okay, well I first started dancing when I was 3 on the ballroom circuit. So I was a ballroom dancer until I was about 13, and then got a little bit bored of my partner, because I just wanted to express myself without a partner at that point. So I went into ballet quite old at that point, I suppose, started it, 14, 15, and then found the floor and barefoot Graham at 16 and just found my way and adored it. So I went to Laban at 17 quite early, graduated, and they asked me to stay on after my degree to be a teaching assistant for a year. And I knew already that I wanted to perform, but I also loved teaching because they had a teaching module. So I thought, why not? I can work there for a year and also get free space so that I can be starting choreography as well as, and also performing. So I started teaching really first, but then through teaching found an absolute love of inventing material and choreography. And then when I started being asked to be in people's companies, I also loved being in a studio working on a piece that was going to have a public performance. So basically, in a very greedy way, I love teaching choreography and, making and working with people. I just love it all. I just love dance. So I then started touring and performing for quite a while, and also then have taught at lots of different schools in the UK. And then I went into being Wayne McGregor Random Dance's creative director for the over 16s. So I worked with him for 4 years, and through that it's taken me into other areas. So I teach at the Royal Ballet School, and I'm head of the choreography department at EMB. I guest here at London Contemporary a few times, and at Laban, and I'm also now what do they call me, a visiting annual lecturer at Juilliard. So I go to New York every year and work with the senior group. But in 2012, I formed my own company called Kerry Nichols Dance, and basically that's just a house for me to put all of the work that I do. And I still teach, I choreograph, but I'm a huge advocate of youth dance, and I mentor because I think it's incredibly valuable. And mentoring tells me a lot about my own practice, not just supporting other people. And I do artistic direction for some schools, and consultancy. So I have various hats on, and I know some people would say, why don't you specialise in one? But I feel that the one filters into the other. And actually I'm a better teacher through choreography, I'm a better mentor through doing choreography, and putting yourself on there and how exposing it is, it makes me understand the process when I'm supporting somebody else's. So basically I'm greedy.
Well, you've got it all.
And I love doing everything that I do, and I'm lucky enough to have a variety of life where I can wear different hats on different days. It takes a lot of organising, but it really feeds me.
Fantastic. Brilliant. So, how, if you take yourself back to your first session with the dancers,
yes.
How did that go? How did you introduce yourself and your work to them?
Okay, so in one way I was really lucky because in November I was invited to lead a mock audition for the third year. So I'd worked with them for 4 hours in a studio already, and in that short condensed space of time you kind of want to introduce you, what your objectives are, what the world is that you work in, the physical world that you work in, but also what my demands are. And I think within those 4 hours that was a really good opportunity for me to show what I'm about and what I like exploring, but also for me to understand what they do as well. So I had that as a bit of an impression in my mind before I came in. And then with the 10 that I've got, I suppose in the first day, again, I wanted to reintroduce that world and what the physical language was going to be. Also, we set ground rules in terms of studio etiquette. What they could demand of me, what I demanded of them, check that we both thought that that was fine, and then we know that that's a way we can move forward and push the work and push each other within it to make the best we can do at the time. But it's also really what was really key for me to see was how that 10 worked together as a group, and what personalities we had, how they thought they labelled themselves physically, and if I could break that, or if that was the way I wanted to embrace it. But really what the dynamic and the chemistry of the 10, I think that's really what the first day was about for me, learning about them as a group of 10. Because I'm really keen about making a piece for and on the people who are in front of me, rather than having an idea 3 weeks before I met them and going, this is what I'm doing, and I'm just going to put it on them. It's about them teaching me to go in another direction as well, but making it for them. So I have to really be observant in that first day to understand which route we're taking.
Brilliant. And you mentioned the demands on the dancers. What do you expect from them?
Well, I think there's... the demands would be a physical demand. What, you know, if they're working for me 5 hours a day, there's an intelligence of when I'm asking them to give me a very clear academic mark of material, so that it also helps me to go further towards my solution. But that actually if they did a completely full out passionate run for 5 hours, they wouldn't be able to pace themselves. So it's about talking to them about an academic run that is going to be helpful, and then one where I really see them go. So that kind of working for 5 hours with me, that's a demand, and that's a mental and a physical demand. So it's about talking about how to look after themselves within the 5 hours and what my demands of them are at the beginning of a rehearsal and at the end of the rehearsal, but also talking about the demands inside a studio and outside. So if we finish at 6 o'clock, do they forget about the work and then come back in at 1 o'clock and go, oh, the next day, and go, oh, I haven't thought about it since. Horribly, it is intense, and I'm demanding them to be thinking about it and making solutions, maybe outside of the studio as well as inside, but also taking the time to reflect about how they've done in that day. What do they want to do differently the next day? What were they really pleased with? You know, and I feel like the group have been really brilliant, but sometimes they're down on themselves, and I want them to be really clear about what they've done brilliantly. And then also say, no, actually, but I could have done that better. So giving them these evaluation tools through it kind of takes the panic away from them.
It sounds like quite a mindful process, that they acknowledge the things that haven't gone as well. And
exactly. Well, I think that's a way of how they move forward and how they improve, rather than just getting so panicked that everything was diabolical, when it actually just wasn't, you know. And actually, just saying to them as well, I haven't got all of the answers yet. Within the 5-week process, I don't have the answers in week 1. So allowing them to have the space to experiment and research will take me in a really exciting other direction, rather than being good students and doing what they're told. I'm actually wanting them to go, be curious, explore, and then I'll say that's probably going in a different direction to what I want. But actually just giving them permission to be investigative really helps me. So we talked a little bit about that in the first week, and I think they've had better days at that, and then other days when they've wanted to do the right thing. You know, so and that's where we go from student to professional. You know, this is a really, you know, they're graduating in a week. You know, so how can they switch that headspace of going, I'm no longer a student, but I'm in the same building I've been in for 3 years and with the same people, but I'm coming in saying, I'm actually treating you as a professional company. How now is your work going to change from being a student to being an artist? What can we do with that? So it's talking about that kind of inside and outside the studio work to propel that to happen.
So you've spoken a little bit about the process that you go through with the dancers. Is there a particular choreographic process you have? Do you set them tasks or anything?
Yeah, I always work from giving a bank of material to start with. So it keeps them in my physical world. So if I'm asking them to do a task that actually they then wouldn't go to something habitual that they like a year ago, that they stay in my kind of world. So I give them a bank and a dictionary of language that is mine. And then from that, I would always give a task. So it's already got a seed of the physical language. And then from there, I'm giving them ownership to play with that. And so then it will be task driven. And then I kind of pull things out of that and think, oh, is that what I want to say at this point? Is that the right direction? And then when it is, I take that away, I treat it, we edit it, we refine it, and then we structure it, and then we rehearse it. So we've got 5 layers there of a process. So week 1 is literally all tasks and new language. And then I start picking things away. Full on. And I think something like by the end of week 2, we had probably 55 minutes of material.
Wow.
50, yeah. And that again is a demand that I'm asking, that they're really my software. I'm expecting them to remember all of that. So I'm also trying to build their retaining muscle here. Because I also don't really allow videoing in my rehearsals, just because I feel that and it's just, I'm a cave woman, I'm old in technology, but it comes from a place where I feel now there's a lot of people that go, oh yeah, I like that, video on their phone, and then they go, I don't have to remember it in my body. So then they look at it and they just kind of rekindle that 2 days later and go, oh, it was this. Whereas actually, I think if you haven't remembered it in your body the next day, maybe it wasn't honest. It's not in there. And I think already they go, oh, I can check on my phone so it doesn't have to be ingrained. So I don't ask them to video anything. So this is 55 minutes of material that I ask them to own without any help from a video. So there's a lot of material, and then condensing it into 20, I've had to throw away a lot of stuff that I loved because they created some gemmy stuff, but it just wasn't saying what I wanted to say at that point.
Okay. So you have been very vocal on Twitter about how great this whole experience has been. Yeah. What has been really special about the group that you're working with?
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot that's special about the group that I'm working with. I've enjoyed how they've embraced the demands and how they've embraced me as a person and how they've embraced my work. I think there's that. But I think what was really exciting when I came on week 1, actually, that I've done quite a few projects here. And I think my last one was last year, but I had a group of 15. Still a gemmy group, but this year I was allowed to have 10, and that's kind of the smallest group for a graduation piece that I've made. And so I feel like I've had the opportunity to really observe them and watch them and give them a chance that I don't know you, I don't know the 3 years you've done here. I'm coming in for 5 weeks and I'm just meeting you with what I see in the space. And I've really enjoyed observing them and trying to make them grow as individuals within it. So I've enjoyed the space for that. And I've enjoyed the consistency of how they've met me and the physical courage, actually.
Brilliant. So what do you feel is different about working with students as opposed to professional dancers for you?
Yeah, because I do a lot of work with both. I love doing both, obviously, because you know I'm greedy. So I love doing professional and I love doing students. And I think especially at this point in the graduation, these guys are really ready to leave. So I see in their mindset that they're thinking, oh, could I be ready? So they're meeting me knowing that I have an experience of outside, and they're really wanting feedback. They're really wanting me to say, do you think that I could go for that audition? And I give tutorials in week 1 with them, one-to-one, and just say this is what I felt and this is what I think you could work on for week 5. And then we're just in the process now of doing tutorials for career development, really. So so I haven't really answered your question, but in terms of what's different about students is I guess they're probably a bit more wide-eyed.
Okay. Yeah.
And really curious about where I think they are placed. And I quite like that curiosity.
Because you've done so much work in dance education, do you feel, or what do you feel are the benefits of being a professional coming in and working with them? Is it about giving them that career advice and giving the outside eye, or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd like to make the best work that I can with the students. Graduates, I'm going to call them. But for me, what's most important is to give them an experience and a professional experience. The end piece, it would be great if it was brilliant, but and this is why, I mean, I'm a choreographer, but I love many other things, and I suppose I am an educationist, and I really do want to give them that career enhancement. And that for me is more important than the piece at the end. So that actually they have 5 weeks of knowing what it would be like in a company, that I will teach class, which is why I'm a bit pink, that I would teach class, that I would give tasks, that I will give language that is out there and, you know, being seen, but then I will also give them feedback every day as to where they're going with it, and then give them a process of, then we're putting it on stage. And that 5 weeks is way more important than the show for me. Now that's not to say I don't want the show to be great tonight, but in terms of my ego as a choreographer, that's just not there. I really care about the 10 that are with me and the education of what they've learned from it. And I think hopefully they'll take tools from that as well as just the excitement of the shows, you know.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you for letting us drag you out of the studio.
That's okay, looking pink.
And can't wait to see the show because
I'm very excited to see what they do with it tonight, actually.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Okay, so let's change it a bit. Yeah. So we'll work on that here. So I think this is where you have to go like, you have to use that to get to where you want to be. And then you go here and you're literally just going to go, really cool. Yeah? Let's try that and then let's go.
I was taking out this leg, sorry.
Do exactly as it was. I was just, you know, showing you the punctuation. Here you go, Kieran. And nice. Use that to get where it needs to be, something like that. I'm going to talk about that a little later. Ladies, which phrase would you like to do? Eagle. Thanks for that. That was the loudest one. Maybe you can have a decision what you'd like to do that's not eagle. Yeah, do the shortest then. And go. Whoa, use your body. Soft into the floor. And underneath, over the top, yeah. And suspend it off center, and stop. Go. And go. And spine, steady, and go. Chase it, and relay. 1, and. Good try, ladies. Susie, from there. Yeah. Here we go. And walking forwards. Suspend it, and. Down. Down. Ladies, what's next? Shower. Here we go. And go. And breathe in. Use the upper body. Now this is hard. Go. Travel it forwards. And good. Travel it. Stop. And using that spine, get down. Men, butterfly. And we go. Nice, ladies. There's something about when you do it en masse like that then some of that language is a bit diluted when we get to 3, 3s and 4, qualitatively. Do you feel that? Yeah. And I understand why that is, because you've got the drive of 3, 3s and 4, and you're thinking about the structure. It's not as organic as how that is right now. Yeah. But that wasn't organic on day 1 when I taught it you. Yeah, it's got that way. Yeah, so 3, 3s and 4 will become like that. But whatever that feels like, that's what I'd like to get to a point of next week. 3, 3s and 4 feeling like. Does that make sense? Even though you've got a rhythmic structure that restricts it a bit, but the range of it and the qualitative communication of it, which you guys do brilliantly then, we want that in 3, 3s and 4 at some point. Is that okay? Yeah. What do you feel is the difference of that when you did it just then, and the difference of 3, 3s and 4?
Having
a group energy.
I also think when you have a different rhythm of something, for me it feels really different. So getting used to that rhythm, how long each thing suspends, so it becomes, like, I feel like rhythms really change how long.
They absolutely do, and that's what I mean. Then it's about approaching it differently, but then the outcome wants to feel like that when you get there. You just need to process it before you get there. That sense of group, you're just going to have to think Mario Pardo is the whole group. So whatever that is, just kind of go, don't forget, don't leave the other 8, but I've got Mario. And I think it's that sense that you've got to work with each other as a team, And if one of you is tired one day, you have to push them along, and you have to not fight with the duet person, basically, And at the moment, because you're remembering language, it becomes a panic and it becomes a fight. Hopefully it won't do that I'm going to say by Friday week 4. I'm going to say a week tomorrow. Hopefully it'll feel a bit more friendly. But if you can experience what that felt like then, that's what we want to try and get to. Does that make sense? Just to say as well, and it's again a is that very, very rarely, once I've given phrases, do I put the phrases into the piece at the end. They're there as a seed to grow tasks, but they're never there in their entirety. I don't know why I do that, but you guys are so, I suppose I steer away from unison because people aren't always tight, but you guys pretty much are, and I love that sense of you guys moving together, all together. So that's giving me a big question. Could I? That was just you on your own, Katie. Could we do shower octet with that in mind? And then you just see what I feel about that sense of repetitive. Here we go. I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, that's some staging. That's some before. Let's just get down and see what I'm feeling. And go.
Thank you for watching. That brings us to the end of the day segment of London Contemporary Dance School's Virtual Open Day. There'll now be a little break and we will be back at 8 o'clock tonight when you can see the live performance of the first night of the graduation performances. And during that performance, you'll be able to see the completed finished pieces of Shay Kubler and Kerry Nichols, who you may have seen earlier in rehearsal. And then we will return next week on Thursday, the 9th of July, for another live performance. And you'll be able to see all 4 of the commissioned choreographed works. So that's Kerry Nichols and Shay Kubler, Igor and Moreno, and Renault Wiser. Thank you very much for joining us, for sending in your questions, and thank you to everyone that's taken part, all the students and the choreographers too. Thank you, bye-bye.